Hey, chat, how's everyone doing? Today is the day. We are finishing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. I don't care if we have to stream for like 7 hours. I want this game done before I go on vacation, and I don't want to stream it on one of the other days this week before I go on vacation. So we're getting it all done today. Getting it all done today. Welcome to stream, everyone. Hello, hello. Let's get right into it. Let's go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy 3.5 Part 2-1 Trial. Get me in here. Let's go. We are finishing this game today, no matter how long it takes. I don't know how much we have left. I know that 2-4 was very long, but we already got through the first investigation day for 3.5 here, so I'm hoping we can get done in about 5 to 6 hours. Fingers crossed. I'm gonna be straight up with y'all. If I get really stuck on something for more than just a couple of minutes, I'm probably just gonna ask chat to point me in the right direction, because I don't want to get stuck on like one section of a trial or an investigation and it adds like an extra 10-20 minutes when I'm determined to play the game until it's done today. So I'm only gonna ask chat if I like really get stuck on something, but I'm also not gonna, if I start to get stuck, I'm not gonna wait before asking chat. I'm just gonna ask chat to give me a heads up. But anyways, here we go. Oh my, Mr. Larice feels that way about me? Apparently, he isn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Worry not, and in any case, whatever it was that he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him. Does that mean Mr. Larice is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand. Sister Bikini, what an awful name. She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Denham, correct? That is correct. It wasn't me. Very well then. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed, don't worry. I've made the necessary arrangements. I see. Iris, it is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend told me once. Mr. Edgeworth, I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I've been entrusted. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. Here we go. Let's pop off. Edgeworth! Yo, oh my goodness, it's the Canadian. Why? I like the other judge better. Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. Indeed. I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it had a chance to begin. I'm ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant— Wait, seriously? Like, come on, dude. Come on. Just a second, I gotta hit something over here. There we go, that's better. That's better. Alright. Oh my goodness, they brought back Franziska. The prosecution stands ready. And you are? Franziska von Karma, prosecuting prodigy. Is this gonna be another case of us cheating the court system where we're both on the same side? Von Karma, you say? Perchance you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma? Legends are a thing of the past. I am a von Karma, that is all. Upon a special request words, I flew in today for the purpose of prosecuting this case. Alright, Edgeworth getting von Karma to show up is pretty cool, to be honest, not gonna lie. You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. I'm almost certain I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once. I believe you're imagining things, Your Honor. Miss Von Karma, do you have anything to say? There's no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutor's office. There isn't. But I'm sure once before in this courtroom, I told you there is no such weakling. What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff, remove that whip at... I have no objection to the whip. Francisco was like, all right, Edgeworth, I'll help you, but only on one condition. I get to use the whip. You don't. Prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee. But there's still only one truth. And that is what I stand here to prove today. This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I've been waiting for all this time. Did they realize that after they completely screwed over Franziska's character in Justice for All, they wanted to give her another shot at the end of Trials and Tribulations? Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers. I see you brought your flair for the histrionic. Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court. Oh! The stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor. Very well. Miss Von Karma, please give an outline of this case. With as little whipping as possible. Kia, welcome to stream. The murder victim is the famed picture book author, Miss Elise Denham. Yeah, she's dead as heck. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. The court accepts this photo of the crime scene. Alright, so we have a crime photo now. There's no mistake, this was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there's a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand. And so it begins. What all do I have? Okay, we only have about a page and a half of stuff. We just streamed this. No, it was like 3 or 4 days ago. Yeah, we did this on Wednesday. But it was like a 6-hour stream, so it's hard to keep it all in my head. So we have the crime photo they just gave us. Elise's autopsy report cause, loss of blood from stab in the back, body fell 10 feet after death, okay. Right. Body fell 10 feet after death? But the statue is holding the sword. Shouldn't she have fallen and then been stabbed? Or was the sword put into her back afterwards? Iris's testimony, rang lights out bell at 10 p.m. and was then in her room until the murder was discovered. Right, okay. I'm trying to remember, because it was Larry, right? Larry sent her a love letter that she thought was a blackmail letter, and so she stayed in her room afraid or something. The magic bottle. Okay, this is just a picture of Elise. I remember we saw this staff, and the purple gem on the staff was missing, so that's probably going to come into play at some point. Does it actually show that in the crime photo? Does not show her staff in the crime photo. All right. An occult magazine. Yeah. That's what showed Iris, who looks like Dahlia, which is why Phoenix wanted to go there. Regional weather report for the night of the crime. Eagle Mountain. Data for February 7th. Snow with occasional lightning. Snow from 7 to 10:50 p.m. Lightning from 10 to 11 p.m. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Okay. Inner Temple, you can see the bridge from Heavenly Hall. I remember we had to figure that out. You cannot see the bridge or anything from Hazakura Temple. Yep. Note to Iris. This is the blackmail that's a love letter or whatever. Iris's hood. She received before the lights out bell the night of the crime. She gave this to Phoenix, right? And then Phoenix gave it to us. Misty Faye, Master of the Crane Technique, which was at the temple, yada yada. Apparent murder weapon has the victim's blood and the suspect's fingerprints. I guess this has Iris's fingerprints on it, and it has the blood of what's-her-face. Elise Denham, when she was alive, has her fingerprints on it. The victim's staff. It is missing the orb, and then this stuff. Alright, and then Franziska's here. 19. My mentor, Manfred von Karma's daughter. Born and raised in Germany. Prosecutor at 13. Alright, Phoenix, he's hospitalized right now. My boy Dick Gumshoe! Best boy! Maya, she's trapped at the Inner Temple. Pearl was apparently with the victim at the time of the crime, currently missing. Oh, right, Pearl is missing. I forgot about that. Okay. Godot, prosecutor, has a grudge against Wright, like 99.99999 repeating % certain that he's Diego. Head nun of Hazakura discovered the murder. Her bad back really bothers her. All right, yeah. Victim of the incident, picture book author of unknown age, Larry's teacher. Iris, the defendant, nun from Hazakura, doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. And then Larry Butts. Don't remember how we became friends. All right, here we go. And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney. Didn't they make a bunch of spin-off games with you? Are you a prosecutor in the spin-off games, or is this a lie? Alright. Witness, state your name and occupation, please. Hold on here. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight. If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back pain-plagued witness. Why are there milk crates in the lobby? Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please. Alright, that's a funny start. Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little old me, well, I'm the head nun of the Hazakura Temple on Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. Well, his name is Judge, and he's wearing a judge outfit, so I guess that would confuse him, wouldn't it? The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave the sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? Did Von Karma just tell the judge not to be horny on main? Is that the equivalent of what just happened here? No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in summer. Ha 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 ha. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say, then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh? The night of the murder. All right, here we go. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple. That's Maya. But, well, as you can see, my back like stacked up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the Inner Temple, you see, and I needed a long hot soak. It was after I'd finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. So it was simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple. Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the Inner Temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made. There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall at the first hurdle, now are you, Miles Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. All right, let's hit it.
Hold it!
Hold it! I think Edgeworth has the best voice actor in the game, by the way. What is this Inner Temple? Well, see, conversing with the spirits is what we train people to do, right? We'll be the ones asking you the questions, madam. In order to do that, a place strong in spiritual power is required. There's a small temple across Dusky Bridge called the Inner Temple. Acolytes must spend an entire night there to undergo intense training. And how exactly do you help with this process? It's all quite exacting. It can't be performed without a nun supervising. Like a tutor watching to make sure a spoiled child studies. Tutor with a whip in your case. If that is the case, then why did you return to Hazakura Temple where the murder took place?
Hold it!
Back like stack up. Act upwards. Violently. That's right, it's no laughing matter, especially in winter. Can't hold anything heavier than a knife and fork during the cold months. Just being alive is like strict training. Ha 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 ha. On the night of the murder, was this fabulous back of yours hurting again? That's right, raging like a bull in a pig pen. I almost fainted once or twice. I just knew that unless I warmed it up, it was gonna finally finish me off. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. All right. You left Iris to help with what? What do you think? The acolyte's training, of course. It was just past 10 p.m., so we were starting to enter into the training exercises proper. Wasn't it your place to remain with the disciple? Well, the job is simply to watch over the acolyte so that they don't pass away. Just to confirm this point again, that night, you met Iris in the Inner Temple, correct? Yes, she's a gentle, honest girl. She's never once failed to follow my directions. Didn't we have evidence that said that Iris, like, stayed? Rang the lights out bell at 10 p.m. and was then in her room until the murder was discovered. Okay, yeah, so She couldn't have... You said this was after... Wait a minute. Let's finish doing the other hold. It's...
Hold it.
So you returned to the Hazakura Temple in order to take a bath. My back is to blame for everything. It's a do or be done in kind of world after all. How long were you in the bath for, if you don't mind me asking? My, what a filthy little rogue you are. I know what's on your mind. I bet your next question is going to be, where exactly did you die? This is why you have to watch the young ones. What are you going on about? I was... Pathetic, Miles Edgeworth. The lowest of the low. Is there some sort of kick-me sign stuck to the defense's bench? Anyway, I couldn't afford to be away from my post for too long, you understand, so... It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. The crime took place in the courtyard, correct? When you go from my room to the main hall, you have to take a winding hallway from which you can see the courtyard. That's right. In other words, it was pure coincidence that the witness saw the crime taking place before her eyes. There was no complicated setup in this case. That certainly seems to be true. There is indeed only one problem with the testimony. If I can clearly point out what it is, then I can begin to quantify just how good this witness's memory and observation skills are. Okay, so I think it's gonna be... I left Iris to help the Acolyte and return to the temple. Alright, hit me with this again. You left Iris to help, yada yada, the Acolyte's training. It was just past 10 p.m. Not according to Iris. Alright, shut up. Left Iris to help the Acolyte. Wrong. Iris, you said that was after 10 o'clock. Iris was in her room from 10 on.
Objection!
Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all. Well. Don't worry, I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, she said that? A defendant or a witness? Who's more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back.
Objection!
But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. That's actually genius. But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. Duh! All people lie, that is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Edgeworth literally got whipped like 2 minutes ago. Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie, which means we must call your memory into question. Dear, you're older than me and yet you want to play that game, do ya? Well, that isn't exactly what pulling on my judge collar, ooh. My memory is perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Okay, so it looks like our whole thing here is we just need to catch her on discrepancies to, like, show that she doesn't remember stuff well. So maybe not necessarily, like, evidence that proves, like, Iris is innocent or whatever. We just want to discredit this witness. And I guess we want to do that because Edgeworth wants to pull Larry to the stand? Then I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you're going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence. Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. Then please add your comments about a boot. Oh, because he's Canadian. Iris to the testimony and let us return to the cross-examination. Okay, so whatever she's adding here is probably what I need. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple. It's same dialogue, back as same. Iris came to the inner temple. She was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner. This is new. Are you sure that you're not making a mistake? You, young man, need to get your estimation of me up from the floor. Iris always wears the same clothes. The smallest thing out of place would have stood out like a sore thumb to me. Okay, this is very obvious. It's got to be like Iris's hood. You're making a mistake thinking I made a mistake. An excellent finish there, witness. Still, I have to wonder. Yeah, they mentioned Iris's clothes way too many times. Proceed before lights out bell at the end of the night. Okay, so that means if this was before the bell, it was right before the murder, which means at dinner, she would have been wearing this hood.
Objection!
Easy. Yo, Wolfen, what's up? Welcome to stream. Canada, am I right? Dude, I know, right? Canada. Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant whom you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon warding hood, correct? Of course, that's a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Ha 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 ha. Wait a minute. Hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the lights out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the iris she saw would have been missing this very hood! Well, well, well. She's on a bunch of crates. It's not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions like this. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Order! Order in the court! Witness, you're a Sister, this hood, you have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them. I see, a stockpile. A surplus of hoods, eh? Each nun is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned. Then this is quite strange. Oh! If there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There's no contradiction here. Sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt. Witness! While I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision. I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way back to the inner temple. Those seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. What is this analogy? Contradictory stimulation. After my bath. Finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look, and Iris was, oh, Mystic Elise, and with that sword of all things. Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces onto the courtyard. Stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it would be much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court. And me seeing it all from this very chair. Ah, well, something like that. This judge, his imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe's. Don't be hating on my boy Gumshoe. Don't you dare. If you start hating on Gumshoe again, Edgeworth, I will find you, and I will make you pay. Just a second. Sorry, I had to click to something. His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe. I would look the fool if I commented on such foolishness. I was going to say commended. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? Cross-examination. Finished my bath around 11. Thought I should return to the inner temple. This is like an hour after lights out. How far is it from your room to the inner temple? Let me think a moment. About 20 minutes on these stumps of mine. It's about 15 minutes to Dusky Bridge from Hazakura Temple. The inner temple is just beyond the bridge. Still, you never made it back there that night, did you? That's right. I was heading along the walkway toward the main hall. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I take a look and... You said you heard a noise. Thump, just like that. That could only be the sound of the victim falling. It's very quiet in the temple, you know. You can even hear the snow falling from the branches. Thump, just like that. But then couldn't this noise you heard have been snow falling to the ground? I never thought of that. Ha 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 ha. Oh! Ah! Next one to laugh gets a whipping. Well, whatever the source of the sound, I looked over at the courtyard and... Iris was, oh, Mystic Elise, and with that sword of all things. This is the second time that the witness has testified to seeing the defendant. But some doubt remains in these claims. Hey, just what does that mean? Just because you're a good-looking young man doesn't give you the right to... The murderer who stabbed the victim with the sword. Sister Bikini, try to recall exactly who it was you saw as clearly as you can. I wonder if it was just Dahlia pretending to be Iris because they have the same face. Well, you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Oh, now that you mention it, there was something awfully strange about her. Something that's been bugging me all this time. Please don't keep us in suspense. Her hood. Her hood. That's right, it's coming back to me. Iris, she wasn't wearing her hood. I thought something was out of place, but it all makes sense now, doesn't it? After all, she'd given that hood away to someone, right? Ugh. Ha! You've dug your own grave, Miles Edgeworth. What do you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Is this testimony important? Yeah, sure. This may initially appear to put me at a disadvantage, but I can't see any other leads at the moment. Your Honor, I would like these few statements to be added to the testimony. Ha! Miles Edgeworth, if you want to hang yourself, you need only ask. I'll gladly lend you my whip. Witness, add that statement to your testimony. No problem. Now that you mention it, Iris didn't have her hood on. You're sure about that? Yes, after all, we always wear the same clothes. I don't mean because we're poor, you understand. It's our style. Yes, that's it. Like, how much money are you making, though? Like, to be honest. There's absolutely no need to explain yourself. Anyway, she looked different from normal, so that really stuck out. Like me holding a whippet puppy. A whippet puppy? Instead of my whip. What is a whippet puppy? At least then it might bite you and not someone else. Is it just a type of dog? Iris didn't have her hood on, I'm sure of it. Very well. Now please tell us about the victim.
Hold it!
Hold it! The room the victim was staying in overlooked the courtyard, correct? Which means the victim's room was on the 2nd floor. No, Hazakura Temple is a single-story building, but the mountain itself slopes downward, which elevates the main gate side of the temple and the guest rooms in the back to about the height of a 2-story building. I see. And the victim was staying in one of these elevated rooms, correct? Yes, I should know. I'm the one who carried her things to her room after all. Whippet puppy is like a greyhound? Ah.
Hold it!
Hold it. What makes you so sure of all this? It's just like I told you earlier. I heard a noise from the courtyard, okay? Thump, just like that. You're one smart sister, I'll give you that. The autopsy report states that the victim's body was covered in bruises, indicating a fall from around 10 feet in height. It appears that the witness was not mistaken then. Yep, I'm more than just a pretty face, especially in winter. I'm a woman of faith after all, the head honcho, yada yada. There's only 2 of them working there. What's wrong, Miles Edgeworth? No snappy comeback remark? Doesn't feel like she's lying. This is a very powerful testimony, too. She claims to have seen the instant in which the defendant stabbed the victim. There are only 2 things I can believe in right now. My client Iris and my own abilities as a defense attorney. So, am I supposed to get her on something with the hood again? Because I added this testimony? Proceed before lights out bell. Night of the crime protects from evil spirits. It's the blackmail. It's the map of the temple. The weather report. I don't see how the weather report would really help me. The snow and the lightning stopped by the time she found them because it was around 11. Alright. Anything in this? Both wearing the hood in this. Okay. It's Elise. Rang lights out bell at 10 and was then in a room until the murder was discovered. Loss of blood from stab in the back. Body fell 10 feet after death. Courtroom. But the statue is holding the sword. The autopsy says that she was stabbed first? Because her body fell after the stab? She died from being stabbed, and then her body fell. But you said that you saw her stab her, though, didn't you? Stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. Impossible?
Objection!
Literally impossible. Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say anyway. Ah, please do. My brain is something else, especially in winter. However, I think you're overlooking one thing. Please have Franziska hit Edgeworth with an updated autopsy report. Please have Franziska use an updated autopsy report. It would be so funny. I would lose it. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report? The autopsy report? Yes, you see, Franziska. I've just updated it. The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed. Ah! That's right. It says after death right here. I can read. The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, how'd the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall? Ah! Order! Order! The victim was killed and then fell? If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree? That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. And she was then thrown out of her window down into the courtyard below. Were there any signs of a struggle in Miss Denham's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree? Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? Ah! No traces of blood were found in the victim's room. Your witness just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard. However, if there was no blood in the room, it's a clay. Ah! I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure Your Honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, it's when you pull it out. That would be when the blade is removed. Yeah, makes sense. Indeed, with the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound. That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking. We have come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions. Order! 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 I need some Tim Hortons. Must admit that this is a probable version of events. I'd expect no less from Franziska Von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point. Huh. It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please! Remain standing on the crate. Don't go selling me short now. Did the little, like, meerkat pop up? The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially my back and my mood. Sister, please give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are finished here. With the whip? Oh, boy, all right, all right. Hit me, hit me. Further details. When I looked across at the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. Can we have one Ace Attorney game where a witness doesn't commit perjury? I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can ya? And when I awoke, Mystic Ami was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory. Von Karma strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska Von Karma. And I'm here to teach you just that. Further details. Alright, hit me. Hold it! At that time, was the victim bleeding? Well, I was very shocked to be seeing all this, of course, so I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I saw any blood, not then. I'm sure that you didn't. The weapon was acting as a plug in the wounds. You should have still seen some blood, though. In any case, let's be clear on one very important point. Did you actually see the instant in which the victim was stabbed? Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. Think carefully, this is very important. It's Iris we're talking about here, I'm thinking for all I'm worth. No, when I looked over, the sword was already in Mystic Elise's body. Might not be conclusive, but this testimony supports her theory. The victim was stabbed in her room and then dropped in the courtyard. I think this proves it rather well, Miles Edgeworth. She does say full names all the time. You shouldn't have seen that much blood because it was, plug. So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood. That's right, some of it had splattered onto Iris too. Then the defendant was arrested. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room. And her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner. What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well? That seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press further? Well, press further because there shouldn't be that much blood for her to see, right? We just talked about that? Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now you say you saw the victim bleeding? Well, well, I say that what I saw is what I saw. What did you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her plain as day. Pulling the sword out? Well, it wasn't exactly pulling, it was more like it came out. Witness, you'll add the statement to your testimony. All right, I'm gonna catch her on something here. Oh, is that important? More important than you can imagine. It's how I'm gonna ruin you. Saw the instant in which the blade plunged into the hilt was smoothly drawn out. Plunged into the hilt? Nah, dog. Nah. That thing is not into the hilt. I honestly just want to hit present without even doing a hold it, but let's do our due diligence. Smoothly, you say? You're saying you saw the sword smoothly slide out? That's right. The whole thing happened right next to the gold statue of Mystic Army. Mystic Elise was on the ground and Iris was stooped over her. Sword was buried up to the hilt. When Iris stood up, the sword in her hand just slid out of Mystic Elise's body. It slid out from that gaping wound, Goes without saying that if the sword was removed, there would be bleeding. Nothing out of place here. Is that really the case? Can't help but feel that something about this testimony is very out of place. Something which couldn't possibly have happened appears to have happened. Should I show the Shishishito here because it only has blood on the tip? Or should I show the crime photo because it shows how deep in it? The thing is that I'm not sure the crime photo actually disproves it, right? Because, like, from what they're saying, the sword went all the way in and then she pulled it out, but then it ended up in the statue's hands. She could have just put it back into the tip like that at that point. But I think I should present the Shishishito because it clearly only has blood on the tip. Yeah, I'm smart. I'm smart. Sister Bikini, you're a reliable witness. At least I'd like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here. What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about? In the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to its hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities. Oh, is it because the way the sword has the branches, is it impossible for a clean removal? Ah! I was glancing at chat and I couldn't read that because Franziska skips dialogue a lot, which I hate. Explain yourself. To start with, do you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that. Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble. I, too, may appear to be weak and frail, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep should I so choose. Yeah, there are a lot of dudes who are into that. The objection stands. I wept a little back there, I must admit. That isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in a body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding. That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with the Shishishito. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly and may still sometimes stop the blood loss. I'm not finished. Okay, are you finally going to get to the actual part that matters, which is that only the tip has blood on it? There's still one more conclusive contradiction. You've still got more! This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust in all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? Ah! If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword. No! Order! Order! Bah! Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that. But what does this all mean? You've proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but having come this far, there can only be one answer. And that is, the weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shishishito. Oh! What? A foolishly foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardy foolish fool! Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think the sword was the murder weapon? Well, it's because Mystic Ami was holding it. Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what influenced us. Why'd I say influence so weird? It influenced us to believe that the Shishishito was the murder weapon. Order! Order! Ah! So maybe the Shishishito was not the murder weapon. Even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object. That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? If that is so, I'd like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes, namely, where'd the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found. I can read. Answer the question, Miss Von Karma. No evidence of that kind was found. Another mystery to throw onto the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast. Excuse me, could I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was it was just over there. What exactly are you going on about here? The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe. I think I might know where the sword was disposed of. You what? Oh, was it thrown into the river? Well then, I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister. Impossible. What else? What else could this old woman have seen? Location of the weapon. Saw the murder at around 11 p.m., and after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate, and there I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. Takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not in the best of shape, what with my back and my age, you know. Quite. There were indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here's a photograph. Snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory. A game theory. The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. Alright. That solves your pesky little problem, yeah? The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon. Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon? Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please. Cross-exam.
Hold it!
You're sure about the time? Yes, I was worried about it after all. Why was that? Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. The acolyte was being doused in freezing water at the time. Couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night now, could I? So at 11, I decided to leave Hazakura Temple. Her estimation of the time seems reliable, at least. Please continue, sister. You asked Phoenix Wright to report the crime, correct? Right, the one who trampled me. Seems she's the type to hold a grudge. There isn't a phone in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Phoenix Wright, he didn't even have his cell phone on him. He had forgotten it at home, apparently. What a loser. What a naive boy, as always. Not only do I always carry my phone, but I always have my whip in hand, too. Anyway, I was really scared, and it was taking him a while to get back, so I thought I'd go out by the main gate for a spell. There I saw tracks, yada yada. Hold it! As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. Yep, there it is. That's it, that's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls. Now, you're certain the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived? Yes, of course, it was parked in front of the gate. So she had already gone, discarded the murder weapon, and returned by that time. I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do? Press further? Always. I need answers to every possible doubt. Snowmobile in question, was it still warm at that time? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, eh? What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth? I'm playing to a slow crowd here. Goes without saying that using a snowmobile will heat its engine. If it was still warm, that means it was recently used. Ah, I see, I never thought of that. That's right, I overlooked that too. Of course you did. Then answer the question, please, witness. I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it. Snow? Yes, for some reason, only this snowmobile wasn't covered in snow. There wasn't any snow on it? Curses. Seems highly likely the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh? How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile? Takes 15 minutes to walk, but less than 5 using one of those. In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking. Ah, there's a reason for that. Have we got a moment for me to explain? I think that's why the question was asked in the first place. It was about a month ago. I was driving my beloved little snowmobile, happy as can be. I'd fetched some water and was heading back when I went and crashed into a tree. The tree and my back both went crunch, just like that. Crunch. I love a crunch bar. Haven't been able to find the courage to write anything since then. Anyway, the killer must have used it. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back when I was knocked out. Refresh our memory, how long were you knocked out for? Like I said, somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes. It's possible to get to the bridge and back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile. I have to concede that's more than enough time. Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth?
Hold it!
Hold it! While it would have been possible time-wise, one element remains out of place here. Ah, and what would this mystery element be? The killer's reasoning, Your Honor. Why did the killer do all of this? Why go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon when there are other methods? Too many unanswered questions. Your response, Miss Von Karma? Ah! Turning to me for help over the slightest thing. Why don't you think for yourself once in a while, Your Honor? What? She's as over the top as always. Anyway, whatever the reason, the fact remains that the defendant could have done this. The murder weapon was disposed of in the river. Another point to me, Miles Edgeworth. Another mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw away the murder weapon? Luckily, there is surely a problem with this testimony. Now all I have to do is start poking holes in these flawed accounts. Saw the murder, went to the main gate, I saw tracks indicate a snowmobile had been used, takes 15 minutes to walk, less than 5. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle. You said that it takes 10 minutes. I don't think I have anything that says that you said it takes 10 minutes, though. You say that later in the testimony. Bum, 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 bum. So with occasional lightning, yada yada. Okay, okay. Alright. I'm not seeing anything here, really. I don't really know what they want from me here. Is there anything that just looks wrong here? Snowmobile, no snow on it. Hold it! As I recall, there's a snowmobile, yada yada. So when we have, it'll run no matter how much snow. You certain was the main gate. It's parked. She'd already gone. Discarded a murder weapon and returned. I'm really not sure if this is relevant. What should I do? Stop here? Looks very likely the snowmobile is related to the case. Can't help but think that Iris used it, but for what? Better hold off on this for now. Well then, witness, how long does it take to reach?
Hold it!
Hold it! Just use it yourself. Just better do some walking. Alright, this seems pointless. Yeah. It's like a funny story they put in sometimes.
Hold it!
How long were you knocked out? 10 to 20. It's supposed to be back in 10 minutes. Oh, okay, I misunderstood this earlier. It takes 5 minutes to get there by snowmobile, so if she was knocked out for 10 minutes, then that's enough time. Bum, 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 no, no.
Hold it!
One element remains out of place. Huh. Was there any reason to go and throw away the weapon? Luckily, there's surely a problem with the testimony, yada yada. I don't want to get stuck on this because I want to be able to finish the game today, and we're already coming up on an hour, and we're still in the first section. Chat, what am I supposed to be looking for here? What am I missing? Because I don't see anything wrong with this testimony. bum, bum, bum. You don't want to have a hint or a tip they can give me? It is on the knocked out? Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. What contradicts this? Wasn't the bridge destroyed? The bridge was on fire, but that doesn't matter. You don't have to go on the bridge to throw a sword into a river. I have no idea what evidence I'm supposed to present here. Am I supposed to present a profile? Chet, I have no idea what I'm looking for here. What am I looking for? I'm like stumped on this one, and I don't want to sit on it. What am I supposed to present? I could just start hitting triangle randomly. Save the game and then fake it till we make it. What is the most likely evidence out of what I have to make a difference here? Ring lights out bell, photo of Elise. Weather data. The weather data, maybe? Potentially that. Sorry, I was yawning. I have no idea. The temple map? Nope, music didn't stop. Statement contradicts the data. It does. How do you mean? Forgive me, Your Honor, but you just said it yourself that it does. Don't try to play mind games with me. I didn't need that help anyway. Curses appears I've yet to just being on this side of the courtroom. Well, not that. That one, the picture appears weird. What picture? The tracks photo? How? It is this. Why? I admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder. You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth. However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks? What do you mean? Iris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If this was the case, then naturally there should be two sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge and those from coming back. Wouldn't you just, like... Wouldn't you just drive in the drive in the tracks you already made? There doesn't necessarily... this is super faulty in my eyes. Well, actually, I guess with the positioning of how she drove it up and parked it there, unless when she started driving it, it was flipped the other way, then it wouldn't work. But you could just drive in the tracks that you already made. Ah, you're right. You're forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it? I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow. What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth? Is there a flaw in her theory? This idea that the snowfall covered one set of tracks? I think there's a flaw in the theory that there has to be two sets of tracks, but... There's gotta be something wrong. Probably the weather report. Tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that's impossible. Would you care to explain why there is a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction? No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. The outgoing tracks were erased by snow. Or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Let me save real quick. Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by snow. Presumably the weather data, right? 7 to 10:50. Does that contradict, like, the murder time? I think it's got to. Okay, the music did stop. I thought I was wrong for a second. Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime. Like I said, it was around 11. Okay, good, after the snow stopped. Of course, this means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. It's the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder. The weather report? Snow started to fall at 7, but it stopped at around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11, the snow had already stopped falling. It's impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up. Ah! Got her. Order! Order! Very well then, it looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in. Ah! Too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is a weather report ever correct? No, you got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast, this is actual data. Ah! Forecast data, all weather reports have some inaccuracies. What are you talking about? It may have still been snowing in the vicinity well past 11. It's true, we cannot be totally sure. What? How'd she pull that off? This judge is a moron. It had stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence of this. Come this far, there's no turning back now. Very well, I too cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony. Ha! You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it had already stopped snowing when the victim was killed? Well, if it was snowing when she was dead, there would be snow on her right here, right? Look at how everything else but her has snow on it. That's just a photo that Larry took. It can't be the weather data because they already said that that doesn't work here. It can't be this. Can't be the note. Yeah, I think that the crime photo here is all that I have. She doesn't have snow on her.
Take that!
Take that! You gotta stop faking me out on the music not stopping game. That's just freaking me out, man. I'm not the only one that doesn't vibe with the new judge, right? I prefer the other judge by far, yeah. Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being whether or not it was snowing in that courtyard when the victim was stabbed. That's right, but proving that is incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I'm referring to the photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow, with just one exception. And that is the victim herself, Miss Elise. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It had stopped snowing when she was killed. That's why. Nah. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph there should be 2 sets of tracks! Ah! Order! Order! Just what are you? Ah! Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing. Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow. Then, when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained. Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in her room after the murder. Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance. Okay. The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. That sounds right. But what's odd is, when I left Iris and returned to Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge. You must have just failed to see it, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw, it was covered in snow too. Did Larry use the snowmobile? Chaos, have you seen the Skull version of Siegemon that was teed by Time Stranger? But that is impossible! I didn't realize they were gonna auto-cycle that dialogue. Yeah, I did. I even tweeted about it on Twitter. Sorry, X. Order in the court! What does this all mean? Nah. So then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there should be 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. Never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble. I think we've learned all we can from this witness. Yes, I've got nothing more to add. Told you everything that I know. But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile. A witness, huh? Was there no one out walking, perhaps, near Dusky Bridge on that night? This is how we get Larry on the stand. I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in that. Ah, it's Larry! Unless they had something really important to do. That's a shame. Hold on, something is coming to me. An idiot may well have gone wandering out on that subarctic night. Your Honor, actually, there just might be an individual who maybe have helped us. Really? You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder? I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there are 2 things about him that do come to mind. Which are, first, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder. And the second being, this individual I'm thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he's our kind of idiot. Mr. Edgeworth, who's this idiot you're talking about? It's the lad himself. This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc Laduc's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting. This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim Elise. Her student. Interesting. Why was he wandering about outside the murder? Outside of the night of the murder? I can't read. That's... I could tell them all about his designs for Iris, but it may cost us his credibility as a witness before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him. Although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason. And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly is it that he saw? I intend to extract that from him right here in this courtroom. Summon this youth as a witness immediately. I have no choice, do I? I believe he's in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him. Very well. Larry, you may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm gonna get everything out of you. The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Miss Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. Is this a to be continued? Alright. Took about an hour, but we got through one. I will save the game, yes. Alright, so this trial day has a second part to it. Makes sense. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. People in chat keep asking why the judge is different. The judge is different because Edgeworth arranged for a different judge because the other judge would recognize that he's a prosecutor and not a defense attorney. That is why. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you any way I can. First, about that night, you really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it is just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple. Very well. The second thing, then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh my goodness, a Cyclock now? Holy cow. Iris. I can't tell you about that yet. Yet. Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? The safety of Maya? The safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Denham? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. As I thought, no psycho locks. Psycho. Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. As will Edgeworth when Persona 4 Revival comes out. Court will now reconvene. Miss Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? Yeah, that's Larry, alright. Isn't it always? He was sketching something very intensely. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. I can only presume that— Ah! Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Lurice Denham, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It seems that whip is going to see plenty more use today. Ouch! Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey, I was just up— Ow! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, Viridian. Viridian City. Larry, this isn't an art store now, is it? I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? Working in the fields? I presume you wanted to say field work, I hope. That's it, thanks, buddy. It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all your faces to be red when you realize this mistake, bright red. Or to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Ouch! Ow! Yeah, I get it. Stop your pathetic blabbing and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now. Cross-checking? Is that a hockey term? Was that another Canadianism? This is too much for me. What I saw. Alright, what do we got? I was at that lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now, aren't I, Edgeworth? Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody, nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? Why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. Stay away from Gumshoe. Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination with no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time. Alright. Alright, Larry. What am I going to catch him on here? I didn't see anything that looked out of place in his testimony the first go through. Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse. So, witness, any ideas to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it isn't like I was there to look at them, right? See, you can do it if you try. Haha! Ouch! There's only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge.
Hold it!
Hold it? A number of times? How many? Maybe 5 times? I went once every 20 minutes. Which means you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night. You bet! Real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands. Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to the small shack, using this blackmail letter. Blackmail? No, that was simply a letter of love. Ah! You huffy puffy, loosey goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness! You fool! So what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile. You huffy puffy, loosey goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness, eh? Ah, well, you see, being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all. Didn't see a snowmobile. Hold it. Larry, you really didn't see it? Hey, no need to hit your desk, I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile. Larry, say snowmobile for me, please. Snowmobile. If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest? Shut up! What is this? I don't know, don't ask me. Seems that I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. Okay, so we need to find something other than this. I'm gonna strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans. What's the matter? Scared of beans? Space boy?
Hold it!
You didn't meet anyone. That's right, because I got nothing to do with this. I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces now. It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed, seems he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. Okay, this one was like a joke, so I don't think it's that one. Walked to the bridge a number of times. I don't know if I have any evidence for that. Edgeworth said not to push him on this yet. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Did you see someone at the bridge that night? We played out that night as Phoenix last stream, but I don't remember if Phoenix did see Larry at the bridge, right? Because wasn't Larry at the bridge when Phoenix ran across it? Wasn't it Larry who was like, Phoenix, the bridge is on fire, don't do that? And then Phoenix was like, you can't stop me? And then he, like, almost died? Save the game. So, you should have seen Phoenix. Immediate music stop, it's too easy. Larry, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry. But, having realized just how much of a nuisance you've been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Edgeworth, are you trying to console me? Certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. Ah, you're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. That's right, me in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. Doesn't matter if you change your name, so long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change. But, what do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue, is all I need from you. Edgeworth, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it, I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. This guy. I'll ask again then, witness, what did you see on the night of the murder? I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. Alright, we're probably going to catch him on some timeline shenanigans here then. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. Totally burnt out. Like almost totally gone, turtly. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. All right, let's hit it. What you got, Larry? Went to the shack at around 9, yada yada, would have been 10:30. This is where I expect to catch him. What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half? Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess. Excited, dare I even ask? Set the meeting time as 10, right? But I couldn't wait, and I thought she might come early, too. Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end. Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they? Shut up! Don't go picking my food memories, my fond memories. Part I said food memories. Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way, so every 20 minutes or so I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly sus. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her. Okay, that doesn't seem that off, actually. This light was, of course, lightning, like kerpow. Like a slap from Naomi, honestly, a big bada boom. Ah! Or a little like that. That's more like a punch from Miranda. This dude dated Miranda Cosgrove? That's insane. Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge? Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so... I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. Seeing that, what did you do? What do you think? I was burning up as well from the fire in my heart. And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge? Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so I don't know, I changed my mind. Not sure I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, Witness. Still some thunder, yada yada. You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? The lightning fell and then the bridge caught on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is this small shack from you were in from the bridge? Hold on. Well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. Guess about a 5-minute walk? How did Dusky Bridge look when you got there? Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare. Well, should I press him for a little more info? I mean, why wouldn't I? Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgeworth? What's with the serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? Huh? What do you mean? Normally, when faced with the towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There's a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Huh? Yeah, okay, a reason. My reason is that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have time to, okay? Nick showed up less than a minute late. You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright? Yeah, I thought I'd better tell someone about this, but then Nick came up yelling about murder. Totally made me forget about the bridge. The fire was pretty much out by then anyway. What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Yeah, that's pretty much it, more or less. He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. Does he ever, bro? Okay, so that was that. Let's push him on the other thing about the bridge. Yada yada. About a 5-minute walk. Bonfires at school. Why did you go to the bridge? So you suddenly thought to check out the bridge? Does this mean that you initially had no intention of doing so? Well, yeah, I guess it does. It was really cold, I didn't really want to go out there. If that's the case, why did you change your mind? I'd like to hear your reasoning. In which case, please give testimony to that effect, witness. My reasoning? Okay, reasoning is it? I thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning. What is this? So you decided to go and see what was happening. That's right, we're talking about a massive suspension bridge burning to high heaven. That's not something you see every day. A real specula, like really special. Can we really trust a witness who is unable to pronounce spectacle? Life seems to love hitting this poor witness below the belt. Well, my motto is to hit life back as hard as I can. Ah! I'll give you a few hits too if you'd like with my whip. He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, so something that doesn't fit. Looks like despite his change of heart. Okay, I think the bit with Phoenix is when Edgeworth was like, something's wrong here. Wait, where'd the Phoenix thing go? What happened to the part of testimony about Phoenix? That was the one that Edgeworth was like, this is sus. Is it because I changed what I pressed him on? It changed the Phoenix one to this burning one? What was that? Was that this one? Right away, yada yada. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Why didn't you call anyone? Why didn't you call anyone? What do you mean? You're faced with a phone, you need to call someone, there's a public phone. Of course I thought of doing that, yada yada. Let's hear why you didn't. Yeah, okay, reason, my reason. I didn't tell anyone, yada yada. Arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright. Yeah, I thought I'd better tell someone about this, but then Nick came up yelling about murder. It totally made me forget about the bridge. The fire was pretty much out by then. What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police, yada yada. Yeah, it's pretty much it, more or less. He told me about the burning bridge. Still something that doesn't fit. It looks like Spice Chain. Okay, so... arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. I don't think it's gonna be this. Don't think it's gonna be the crime photo, the autopsy. Don't think Iris's testimony is gonna help. Still don't think this photo means anything, so something on this page? I don't think that this is worth anything anymore. Da-da-da, occasional lightning strikes. Doo-doo. Wait. Lightning struck the bridge at 10:45, around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. But the fire went out right when Phoenix got there? Or when Phoenix fell? Is that a contradiction? You should have gotten to the bridge well before Phoenix did, before the fire went out. If the fire didn't go out for 30 minutes... the lightning struck, you saw the lightning. You said it took you about 5 to 10 minutes to get to the bridge. You get there, the fire should still be burning for about 20 more minutes. Phoenix was not standing there for 20 minutes. Phoenix got there, he made the call, and then he ran on the bridge. That probably takes 5 to 10 minutes. Then the whole thing fell apart and the fire ended. I don't think that this 30 minutes can match up. Let's go. Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Edgeworth? You make me sound like some sort of alien. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with them? Terrible at those. Absolutely terrible. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge and immediately went to see what had happened. Is this correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there at around 11. That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That's impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There's no way Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Ah, excuse me, I have an objection. You do? Edgeworth, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Maurice. Ah! It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Franziska von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. For there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. Oh, do you have the time that he made the call? And why not? It's clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15 p.m. Which means what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, there we go. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11, but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes? I feel like I just got brutally woken up by... shut up. Guess I was still sleeping after all, yada yada. I hope that Larry did the murder so that we can put him in jail. Order! Ah! So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix, right? I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all. Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes and there's a phone next to it. Why then did you not report the accident? Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what it sounds like. Ah, but this is Larry we're talking about. Even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction. Edgeworth, I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes. I may really say it all. Ah! Then say it. Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth, and then put him in jail for perjury. Now for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness? The missing 15 minutes. I'm a denim. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone out, and then he came running up. Suppose artists can be strange folk. That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch, including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Nah, dog. Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. Ha ha ha, you'll regret this, Edgeworth. Doubt. Need a drink of water. I'm a denim, I'm an artist, what do you think I was doing? Hold it. Tell us, Larry. My name is Laurice, get it right! Mistakes like that are what keep you from being popular with the ladies like I am. You're a complete failure with the ladies. Just who exactly are you? I'm Laurice Denham, a princess extraordinaire. That's what he calls himself in any case. Then you are an artist? Of course I'm an artist, the real thing. Yet again, that's what he calls himself. Names mean nothing. There's only one issue I care to discuss. What were you doing? That's a very big issue indeed. Sketching in front of the bridge, yada yada. Sketching the burning bridge? The burning bridge and everything that came with it. What? Came with it? You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgeworth? You'll regret this, that sketch of mine is. Ah! Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? I had a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. Okay. This is just gonna be a gag. This is gonna be a joke. They're gonna, like, give me a trophy for seeing Larry's awful sketch. I'm calling it. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please? Well, even I couldn't have imagined it'd turn out like this. Imagined what? That Laurice Denham's debut would take place here today like this. Ouch! Show it now. Okay, but steel yourselves. This is the world of Laurice Denham. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Well, so this is the Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma? Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Truthfully, yeah. Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames, I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did. What a loser. This is gonna get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry, what? The burning bridge is fine. But what is that unfortunate-looking figure? Ah, you spotted that? I thought you might. However much I might want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know. Die in a fire. What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that? Larry, please answer this next question honestly. Okay. Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames? Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. Are you high? The girl, she's really high up in this picture. Are you high? This dude is definitely on some kind of drug. He's gotta be. How does he afford them, though? Ah, what was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precedent for this. Oh my goodness, big top. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. It was really something to see. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Let's get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I got another reason to remember this moron. Well, what'd you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me! Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. Now hurry up and cross-examine him. Sketching. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Her white hood fluttering? That's a lie. We've already established that she didn't have the hood that night. Just where did you see this sight from? Hey, no need to shout. When I was lying in bed in that rundown shack, the crack of the lightning bolt made me realize the bridge was burning. I just watched it for a while from there, thinking how nicely it was burning. Then after about 5 minutes, I saw it. The defendant flying. That's right. That's when I decided to go to the bridge. I see, that all makes sense, aside from the sketch itself. Let me actually look at this. It just shows it, okay. Yes, the sketch doesn't make any sense. I just need to convince the artist that his work is ludicrous. This is a lie. She did not have that hood. Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1 that it's the truth. If that is truly the case, then there's one thing that we can say for certain. What might that be? That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris. What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Oh. A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool? How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry, according to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. Ah! Seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you gonna change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight? Idiot. What are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Edgeworth, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why you, Nick, you dog? Idiot. I do declare that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited, and discarded straight into the garbage. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Ah! What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Are you insane? Edgeworth, today's the day I get to completely stupefy you. I doubt it. What? What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive? Evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge, and I, Lurice Denham, shall prove it. I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once more. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch and show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality. Okay, hope you're ready, Edgeworth, because I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time, trust me. Proof that Iris flew. This is insane. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere half buried in the snow. That must be the crystal sphere from Elise's staff. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Wrong. Wrong, idiot. A crystal sphere? This one? Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. That sphere, where did you find it? Let me see. Around here somewhere, looks about right. And it was half buried in the snow. It had pretty much stopped snowing by then, but there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. The court accepts this crystal sphere. That's mine, okay? I want it back after. There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood. What? Blood? What's-her-face must have had this when she was stabbed. Elise. Found half covered in snow near Dusky Bridge the night of the crime, has blood on it. You ready, Edgeworth? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore. I hope this guy dies in a fire. Didn't you want to be called Lurice Denham only a few minutes ago? Proof that Iris flew. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so... Wait, I don't need to read this again. I need to hit hold it. It's gotta be the staff. So you went to the burning bridge. That's right, to meet Iris. She actually flew to get to me. The least I could do was meet her halfway. But the defendant was not at the bridge when you got there, you say. I guess she went back to Hazakura Temple. She's a girl after all. She must have wanted to look her best. Must be lovely to live in the fantasy land of Larry's mind. Actually, it's so depressing that I can't even work up the energy to point. So what did you do next? So worried, I frantically searched for her. So you searched all over for her. She was flying pretty high, you know. I thought maybe she slipped on her landing and got hurt. Hey, it was more than possible. Also, when I headed out to the shack the first time, I was snacking on a banana. I was pretty sure I threw the peel away somewhere around there, so you know. Can one guy really be this stupid? So did you find any signs of her so-called landing? I don't really remember. I kept on falling over myself and kind of lost it for a while there. You fell over yourself? Yeah, the snow was deep and there was even a banana peel out there. Yep, there's stupid and then there's Larry. The short of it is that you didn't find any signs of her landing, correct? Then what happened next? Beautiful crystal sphere. Half buried. It was sitting in the snow with a little gathered on top of it. It was very hard to spot, actually. I mean, it was dark out, too. I'm impressed you did well to find it. No matter what you may think when you look at me, I'm a pro, a genius security guard. I used a pen light I borrowed from my company to help in my search. And it sparkled really brightly as if it was saying, "Here I am" to me. It does indeed look very much like the crystal sphere on Iris's hood. But need I remind you that she was not wearing your hood that night? Sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. Each nun is assigned their own hood, and they are assigned only one. I don't know anything about that, okay? And Iris is special, alright, dude? Even if she did steal a spare hood, I'll forgive her. This is getting us nowhere. Our destination for the day, it seems. However, the crystal was found near the bridge, that's a fact. If it didn't come from a hood, where could it have come from? That's the question I aim to answer. No one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Do I present Elise here? Let me confirm this one last time, Larry. The reason you thought that this was Iris, or the hood in this crystal sphere, correct? That's right, my gut is never wrong. I met that old bikini the next morning, and her crystal sphere is still there, safe and sound. Indeed. She was wearing it in this very room earlier today. This case isn't going to end without a fight. Exposing the obvious contradiction in this testimony will be easy, but I fear that all that awaits us are further mysteries. Whoops. There we go. So I think I present Elise here. No one else could have lost his sphere. Elise lost his sphere. I actually have the staff. Maybe I'm supposed to present the staff, actually? Nope. Elise. Larry, that night, there was someone who lost a crystal sphere. There was? Who? Who was this stupid idiot? Miss Elise Denham, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim. I have a photo of her here. Oh, I could have shown the photo as well. Maybe I could have shown Elise the staff or the photo. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere. Hey, that's my photograph. Give it back. Ouch. A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Ah, the crystal sphere, it's gone. Ooh. What? That's crazy. Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise? Objection. A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected. You can't do that, I saw it with my own eyes. And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Denham was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Miss Franziska von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe it has nothing to do with the case? That crystal sphere, it was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. After the murder? There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent, which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. What? You mean I'm the killer? No! All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe it's related to the case. She makes a valid point. There's no evidence that Elise Denham left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Alright, so I need to prove it. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. Disposition, rather. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Yeah, I can. I don't know how I'm going to prove this, by the way. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I should save because I don't know how I'm going to prove this. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case. You'll do what? That look in your eyes, you remind me of Phoenix Wright when he's cornered. That should come as no surprise, because right now I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. Why did it bring up the crime photo for this? Got half covered in snow, yada yada. Can't we test the blood for this? Awful sketch, that's not gonna help. Snowmobile, maybe? Don't see how that would. This is the crime photo I'm currently looking at. Don't see anything there. It's definitely not gonna be the note to Iris. It's not gonna be Iris's hood. Don't really see how it could be the staff. He wants evidence, not profiles. I don't see how a profile would help anyway. Attorney's badge, no. Magatama, no. What utter nonsense. I don't think it could be the staff. It's not the Shishishito. I don't see how it could be the hanging scroll. I don't think it's going to be Iris's hood. It's definitely not the note to Iris. I don't really see how the temple map would help. The weather data? Anything about the snow falling? Because they have to prove it happened before the murder, right? So what do we know about before the murder? We know it was snowing before the murder. It stopped snowing when the murder happened. Which means Larry said that he found the orb buried in snow. So that can't be the case because it wasn't snowing after the murder. Yeah, it's not snowing after the murder.
Take that!
Take that! The music didn't stop? Okay, the music did stop. Your response, Miss Von Karma? Birds of a feather flock together. Are you familiar with this phrase, Miles Edgeworth? I think one such bird is calling for its fellow now. Go, Edgeworth, do it, prove it, win, win, win. His cheering, it's as though I'm listening to the ominous, oh, that's not right? Wow, I thought I had it. So, Mr. Edgeworth, what will you do from here? One more chance, Your Honor. I can't turn my back on this. The time of the murder and when the crystal sphere was dropped, I need to find proof that the latter happened first. Proves that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder. I really thought that I had it there. Is it the tracks photo? I have no idea. I'm really shocked it's not the weather data. Do they want me to present the crime photo because they brought up the crime photo?
Take that!
This crystal sphere, it was half buried in the snow, correct? That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing then it would have been game over. Snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Wait, so I'm right, but you have to present the crime photo instead of the weather report? Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing. On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there's no snow on the victim's body. I think that presenting the weather report like I did should have gotten us to the same result. Ah! Therefore, the music that plays when you ruin Franziska's return to the game! The crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder! What? What? Order! Order! On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge, and there something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose. What? What could that have been? This sphere, there's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge! Really? Objection! The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. Just who is the fool? And which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. That's not exactly true, now is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's the same thing! No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding. You're forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Denham's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura. She's the one who... She was there with the snowmobile, got killed, and then they used the snowmobile to drive back to the temple to set up the fake kill. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way? I made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible. Now that the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura. Obviously, the only thing that could do it. The snowmobile. On that snowy night, there's one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. Ah! As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could also have been used to carry a body. Order, order! Ah! This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin? Huh. You're too late, Franziska Von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation. What? Where was the victim, Elise Denham, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it. This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. I don't know how to say this word. Enamored? He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgeworth, thank you. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Grr, 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 XD. Right, I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska Von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason and one alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case and then pass it on to Phoenix Wright. Really? That's what this was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had Francisco whipping me. Ouch! Hold up a second. Noticed I having a multi-chat error here. Alright, there we go. My multi-chat wasn't showing messages from all of the streams again. That should fix it. There we go. Miles Edgeworth, I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame, Francisco. This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness, and it auto-skip dialogue, my favorite. I demand satisfaction. You're never gonna get satisfaction from Larry, that's for sure. Did you kill him? Good job. I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I'm counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, Wright? Court is now adjourned. To be continued. Alright, we got through the trial day. So now we have an investigation period as Phoenix and then a trial period as Phoenix, I assume? What are we at? We're just coming up on 2 hours. So we're doing a little under an hour per thing. So if there's like 2 investigations that both take about an hour and then 2 trial days that take about an hour each, we should be able to finish the stream in about 6 hours, 5.5 hours hopefully. So let's get going and hope that I can. Did that just say the Hody Clinic? Why? Still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor Mia Fey had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne? What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back, backwards. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable, but I know that he'll be able to help me with him somehow. Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian, an artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees, nothing to worry about. Don't you, like, doesn't the human body need to be, like, is it 98.6? And, like, even, like, 1 degree off of that is, like, pretty bad. Cough, cough, cough. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah, in the end, the Shishishito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. Huh, that's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright? Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so that we can get across to the other side. Ah, that's right, Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal! As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. You can count on your boy, Gumshoe! Thank you, Gumshoe. Cough, cough, cough. Okay, yeah, I get it. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I gotta continue collecting evidence. We probably don't need to examine stuff at this point. Not unless we see anything that looks different from what we saw as Edgeworth. Is Larry down here? Looks like no one's here. Larry! Laurice! I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Alright. To the main gate. I'm gonna talk to Bikini. Come on, please. It's for art's sake, I swear. There's only one guy I know who would be this persistent and high-strung. Oh, Larry's here, actually. Talking about the heroine here, the heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Oh, Franziska's here. Enough! A fool's fool, fools who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second, I know you. Ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want me to grill me over a name? Franzi, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse, isn't that one of your American sayings? Just beat a dead horse. And it's a bad thing to do. No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would ya? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. What the heck? Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least a semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh! Just like that dude with the red underwear. Is bro talking about Superman? Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. Huh, it's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. What's up, Franziska? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I'm Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason: revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he's gone from this world. He died? Did he die at the end of the first game? I don't remember. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me, this I promise, but it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kinda cute. Ow! No smirking! No whipping the sick! That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth, make no mistake, Phoenix Wright, I came here for one thing and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know? I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did make it a very interesting read, you know? Attempting to cross a burning bridge, did you even consider the dangers? No, the only thought in my mind was I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay, I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Alright, I don't know if we have anything to show to Franziska. Let's just keep going around and talking to people for now. Meh. That was one long sigh. Ah, Bikini. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. How you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, There's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearl, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearl also missing is really weird in this case. Maybe Pearl is the killer. Maybe she did it. Guess I beat my first playthrough of Final Fantasy 16. Did everything except the Chronolist. Now to purchase DLC. Enjoy it, man. FF16 had some pretty good DLC. That game is great. Good time. Pearl? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Alright. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, started to wonder if I'd acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. No, yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. Very sus. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in a room in Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The trading hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the trading hall. We gotta get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape. Oh dear, yes I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. Always trust in Gumshoe. Always. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? What? No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or bust size for that matter. What is wrong with this chick? No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I notice you always refer to Miss Denham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yeah. Now why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. I still think she's Maya's mom. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Ooh, Cyclops. I think that you know that Elise is Mystic Ami. Or no, not Mystic Ami. Mystic Ami is the one who founded the thing. Sorry, I'm thinking of the statue. I think that you know Elise is Maya and Mia's mom, which is Mystic... Misty? Misty. I think Misty Faye. Seems Miss Elise was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearl. She was with Miss Denham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. What if Elise, who was actually Misty, was worried after what Pearl's mom did to try and get rid of Maya? She was worried that Pearl was going to try and take the role of master for Maya or whatever, so she, like, kidnapped Pearl. But then, for some reason, Dahlia showed up and killed Mystic Misty. How does Dahlia fit into this? It's all got to be connected somehow. Oh, I can talk about Pearl, okay. Why did Pearl have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man, my head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearl, she was with Miss Denham on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearl could be. She just has to be there. Oh, Pearl has to be with Maya over at the Inner Temple. That's what we're saying. That makes sense, because there are only two possibilities in my mind. She's at the inner temple, which means she's cut off from us and we can't get to her at all. If she was over there, though, you would think that her and Maya would go to the edge of the bridge and, like, wave and shout and be like, hey, we're okay. So I wonder what's up with that. Although they might be, the inner temple had that fancy, like, prison cell-looking gate, if I remember right. So maybe she's locked inside of it. And Pearl could be, too, I guess? I don't know. But anyways, Pearl either has to be over at the inner temple, locked away with Maya, or Pearl has to have been, like, kidnapped by, Elise, who may be Misty Faye or something, and has been, like, locked away somewhere else. I need a drink of water. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. Always count on Gumshoe. That was 5 locks, so I doubt I can interrogation jutsu my way through this yet, but let's just take a look real quick and see what it, like, says. Elise Denham. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Denham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was. Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yeah, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Denham's true identity. Is it that she's Misty Faye? She has to be Misty Faye. There's no one else she could be. Am I supposed to present this? Or am I going to get more decisive? I don't think we need to do this lock right now. It's 5 locks. We're going to need more evidence. So we'll come back here later. Courtyard. Anything over here? This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Oh, you want me to examine? Shishishito in Mystic Ami's hand, but it was proven in court it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Yada yada. Okay, okay. Main gate's on the other side of the stone wall. Difference elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep the hillside is. That's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Denham was pushed from the top of the wall? Get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's got to be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Okay. That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It's kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms are on the ground floor. Apparently, Miss Denham was staying in the corner room. Guess that's where she was pushed from that night. Well, I don't think she would have been pushed from her room if she was killed over at the bridge and then it brought over with the snowmobile. Miss Denham's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached. Guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge. But what was it doing all the way out there? A few of these stone lanterns scattered across without the city glare to compete with. I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now since ours can't be here. Is that all? Is nothing actually useful here? Maybe we come here later and, like, Edgeworth or someone is here. Alright, well. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? This is where you've been. Keep it nice and warm, I see. Gumshoe! Detective, have you finished repair at the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'll come along with you, Anne. Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. Ah! Francisco. It's been a while, Scruffy. It's Miss Von Karma. Von Karma! Stop being mean to Gumshoe. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My, well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. I don't believe that. As you work to pin the guilt on ours. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence. I, Francisca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously gonna follow me around, is she? Oh, do we get Von Karma as our Maya for this? That's hilarious. Oh, do you have anything to say about the bridge being rebuilt? Nope. Alright, so let's go get Maya and maybe Pearl then. Holy cow, Gumshoe is the goat? How does he do it? We're here! Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Ah, Mr. Nick. Oh my goodness, it's Pearl. That voice. You're alive. Pearl. Mr. Nick, Mr. Nick. So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and saw the dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? Wait, Maya isn't here? Must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, I'm Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Get absolutely destroyed, Franziska. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean, I'll never forgive you. Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Ow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything! You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, Pearl, weren't you with Maya? Ah! I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearl? Wham! Mystic Maya! Hey, wait, Pearl! She just ran off! Alright, you should chase her? That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearl acting like that? It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got the chance, especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Something seems different. I mean, the bridge is, like, burned down. Phoenix Wright? What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, That's an anchor for one of the wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burnt down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. I didn't say anything. The Buddha's different? The incinerator different? Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. She'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is open, and it's almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Franziska von Karma? Seem to remember. It was, like, covered in snow, so it must have been used to incinerate something. That's why everything melted around it. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. The other murder weapon or something? In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright, it's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Oh, Franziska. Anything else other than the incinerator? I bet the incinerator is the main thing we wanted. This must be the door that leads to the inner temple where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yeah, there's a solitary room there called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Ow! You're completely out of shape. I don't know how much more of this woman I can take. Sign says inner temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright. She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say whatever? Yeah, okay, she's kind of got us on that one, yeah. That's got nothing to do with anything, and who told you that? She's, like, kind of right, though. Like, as an American, I can confirm. We do like doing whatever we want. It's a psych lock, but, like, a real lock? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Oh, also, the Misty Fae thing has been absolutely smeared to heck and back. Maya, she was supposed to be in here training, yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is given some really strange vibes. I want to know about this first. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... a woman? I don't see any woman here. You can see the feet at the bottom. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce, so when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. Honestly, you know, she might be onto something. Yo, Butter, welcome to stream. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Misty Faye's image is obscured by gravy. Okay. Scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the crane channeling technique, but why would anyone cover it in gravy? Can't make out what's drawn on this scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. Huh, this door, when I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even— oh, Godot's back! Ah, Godot music. I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot? I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha! I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so... I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You're the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mayor? Tried the wild mayor. Yeah, honestly, you kind of nailed her there. Is my multi-chat not working properly again? What is with the multi-chat today? It's not showing YouTube chat messages. Hello, people in the YouTube chat. I haven't seen you, talking for a little bit because I just realized that the multi-chat was busted again. There we go. It should be fixed now. Hopefully it stays fixed. I see the Kick chat and the Twitch chat. Yeah, the YouTube chat is the one that wasn't popping up. This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, princess. Time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home! Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for? Ha! You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? Still don't get it, do ya? You don't realize that you've set something in motion you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger, or is it sorrow? Oh, we talked to Godot here, okay. Why does Godot get a guy playing the saxophone following him everywhere he goes? That's gotta cut into his coffee budget, right? Godot's the kind of guy to post on Twitter like, hey, I need help with my budget. Internet, rent, etc. Coffee, $500. Saxophone guy, $300. Someone please help me balance this. And they're like, have you considered cutting back on coffee? Or like, going without the saxophone? And he was like, shut up. Worthless opinion. You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of heck to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from heck is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustments of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. What? What on earth are you talking about, Godot? Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite, you. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended and who ended it for me? Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. What the heck is Godot on? Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said, too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we're standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party is yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with the search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Why is he calling her a horse? Is Francisca a horse girl? Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Okay, so Godot is mad at Phoenix because he blames Phoenix for Mia being dead. Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me. And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. Mia Fey. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, it's one case I'll never forget, but I got that guy personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. Phoenix was not in the room with Mia when Mia was killed. What are you talking about? You say Mia Fey was your teacher? Well, then I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death, no. What is this peculiar-looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would, well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well, then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key? Ha! Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple, the accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth. Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Okay. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Alright, I think we're done in here then. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Gumshoe! Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain, this is driving me nuts. Ah! Something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How'd you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How'd you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden? A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. Alright, I'm going to the garden. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course, what else would we do? Really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Alright, to the garden. He was probably thinking of washing off Maya's name written upside down in blood, if I had to guess. That's what I'm thinking. Man, I hope I have enough water for this stream. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah, what are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy, Avant Karma will always show up whenever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... Alright, Gumshoe, what's up? How's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working in the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. Guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Go tell you yet? Words? Yeah, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her, but there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Alright, definitely this. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? You kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You'll answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Okay, so probably more dialogue with Gumshoe. Let's examine everything first. There are a couple of torches here. Guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit at the time, I guess. This music is kind of a bop. Little lantern, a little statue. Certainly a quaint little garden. Ah! What is this huge bowl here for? I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. Wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Ah! Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? Alright. What is this? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently, it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise. Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to get in some very big answers. Karain Master's Talisman is what this is called? Okay, so yeah, I was already pretty convinced, but she is definitely Misty Faye. She has to be. Man, Misty Faye finally shows up and immediately gets murdered. Poor Maya just can't keep any family members. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here, and it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? Gumshoe. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Is that it? That's it. Ah! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. Interesting. Okay, the thing that... This must be what we need to break, What's-Her-Face's Cyclock. The fact that Elise was holding the Karain Masters whatever. That basically proves that she is, Misty Faye. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yeah, what's worse is it's the victim's blood. What? This is Miss Denum's blood? Denham, whatever you say her name? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. How much blood did that lady have? It was on the crystal sphere, it was on this, it was on the Shishishito. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Gumshoe. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Denham wrote these letters herself in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Denham's murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? True crime scene. So Miss Denham was killed here. However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here, someone could easily set that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Oh yeah, they couldn't have ever done it after the murder. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. Ugh, I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. Should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Okay, so it sounds like then what I want to do is I want to go try to break that Cyclock now that I have the thing. Main gate. We're getting there. Oh, wait, something here first? Seems you have a visitor. Oh, Iris. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? All right, let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright? Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright, I can't allow you to come with us. What? Hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Aye. Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now, excuse us. Alright, we gotta talk to Bikini still, then. Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Oh yeah, it won't even let me go to the bridge now, okay. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two, how you doing? Ha ha ha. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. She talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris, she was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ah! Glare. Aw, yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. Sniffle. You two are the only ones who've said that to me. Can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those Cyclocks of hers. Okay, so I must be able to break all the Cyclocks right now, then. Interrogation Jutsu! This could be the last interrogation jutsu in the game. We could end up doing the last interrogation at any point now, since we're in the last case. I should have saved before doing this, but oh well. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming clear. I'm convinced Miss Elise had a special significance to the temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though, but now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Denham's true identity. She was wearing the Crane Master's talisman. Only Misty Faye should be wearing this. Miss Denham had this charm with her at all times. Ah, where did you? This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Denham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Denham's true identity. The hanging scroll that has been messed up. I'm a genius. Painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of Karain. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Faye, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Faye's daughter? Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Faye's sole successor. Mystic Misty! Or they're all gone, okay. Jutsu successful. Let's go. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Crane talisman? It's the symbol of the master of Karain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death. So Elise Denham was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the crane channeling technique. I friggin' knew it. It was pretty obvious. The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here, and another Faye has been murdered. Tell me, sister. It's a very cursed family. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... is there an earthquake? What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness, the inner temple, this kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall, it might very well cave in. What? Maya! Ruh-roh. Well, Maya's dead. It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go! What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, all right? Of course, you run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Words. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's all right. Oh, yeah, Edgeworth gets freaked out by earthquakes because of the Von Karma thing where his dad died, right? He was stuck in the elevator. I forgot about that. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. away we go. We gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right! Ah! What are you doing here? Ugh. How could I have? How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Ah! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Iris is gone? Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? What? Why would Iris run? Is she actually Dahlia? So it was just now during the... Oh, Edgeworth lost his cool during the earthquake and Iris got away. It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. Aw, I feel bad for Edgeworth. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. Can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The inner temple is like an island, there's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. You think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. All right, let's go. Inner temple, training hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in, but what we found was something none of us ever expected. What the? Interrogation jutsu? It's super locked? How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the heck is going on? Oh, to be continued? What a cliffhanger. Okay. I will save my progress. Yo, that one only took about 40 minutes. We're ahead of my 1 hour per section schedule, which is fantastic. Let's keep it going. Right? Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Look, like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect, you go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm gonna stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Alright, what's happening? Why'd you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Crane tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. Are you sure? And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Franziska. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris could only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set the locks. Suppose if I went through every combination with each of them, I could remove them. But it'll take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, it's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. Well, you only have to wait a day if she doesn't get lucky and get them early. What if the first attempt she does on each one of them opens all of them? You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were. Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. What if Iris was at one of the spots, and Dahlia was at the other pretending to be Iris because Dahlia has the same face and hair? Well, interrogation jutsu. I doubt I'm going to be able to break this immediately. We got at least one more interrogation to go before the end of the game. I knew it. There's something going on here we don't know about. Alright, let's go ahead and see what it starts with so I might be able to figure it out. Interrogation jutsu! Night of the crime. Think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night? You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time? You still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder? Well, I actually know this. It was Bikini who saw you somewhere else. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple, but, well, as you can see, my back leg stacked up violently. I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple, yada yada. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I'm a gamer. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. Takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at about 9:40, I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40, but what you say doesn't add up with this. Is it the lightning? Like hitting the thing? No, the lightning struck it at 10:45. I don't know what this doesn't line up with. Oh, it doesn't line up with your testimony that you rang the bell at 10. Yeah. Yeah. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright, we even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten? No, that's right, I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. It's gotta be that the other Iris is Dahlia. Only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy! How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Gulp. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. Ooh. Okay, well, this is really cool that there's Iris and Dahlia. That makes sense. I don't think I have anything that proves that there's another one of you. See before the lights out. Photo of Misty Faye. Messed up gravy scroll. That doesn't prove anything. I'm surprised I was able to get this far, like, right out the gate anyway, to be honest, so... Alright, I must need one last piece of evidence to prove that there are two of you, something relating to Dahlia, presumably. Let's get looking! Wait a minute. Gotta hit a ban on a bot real quick. You know how dogs is. There we go. Cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Edgeworth! Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter, mutter. How could I have done that? Wow, can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey! Don't you dare run away! What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes, and thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Ooh. Are you gonna give me the evidence about her and Dahlia being related in some fashion? You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely you don't suspect. Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. Are you really gonna, like, flashback 1-4 for me right now? It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yep. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen, and we passed out. That's when it happens. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. That case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. Felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file. Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. Can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Okay, well, Dahlia is definitely related to this murder. Like, come on, bro. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. Another dang old bot. Oh, Wolfen, you're in chat. You can handle the bots for me. Thank you. Thank you. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Okay, so I think what I need to do before I talk to Edgeworth then and convince him is I need to get the psych lock to break on Iris to prove that she and Dahlia are, like, related or at least look the same. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Gumshoe Edgeworth, and Pearl. Okay. Where the heck is Pearl at? Well, I already talked to Edgeworth, and I don't think we can do anything else with him right now. Let's go find the other characters that were mentioned. It's weird there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Okay, let's go talk to Larry. Ah, Mr. Nick. Pearl, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry, this is the loser's shack where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearl. We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. Half-rotten potato, what the heck is wrong with you, bro? What is wrong with you? Oh, this guy. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't you try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? Who'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Alright. Pearl, what you got? Larry, is there... I double tapped X. Larry, is there something about this painting you want to say? I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. Wrong and Larry are the same words. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture, and it's a picture of the dictionary saying what being wrong is, and then Larry. They're the same picture. What am I gonna do with them? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearl? I think it's really well drawn. Can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice. Not you two. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. Guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? I think it's the same guy spamming. Yeah, it's some kind of a bot spammer thing for sure. Pearl? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearl, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Denham's room reading a book together. But Miss Denham was murdered, and you, Pearl, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearl? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Oh my goodness, another interrogation jutsu? Really? Pearl, what the heck are you doing? What? I thought it was going to be more than 5 because it's got a different, setup. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. You're being punished? What? What are you talking about, Pearl? My spiritual power, it's disappeared. What? 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 Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your powers disappeared, Pearl? It's all over for me. A spiritual medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearl, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Just as I thought, I'm gonna have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. Okay, well, let's see what the psych locks are like, even though I don't think I'm gonna be able to break them yet. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Denham's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearl never went to Miss Denham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearl, on the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Well, presumably she would have gone to the inner temple because she was worried about Maya, or she saw the note of the blackmail note that Larry gave Iris and thought she was at Heavenly Hall, or she went there. I mean, it must have been, I think Inner Temple worried about Maya was most likely. Oh, music didn't stop. Oh, never mind, it did. You went here, didn't you, Pearl? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, right? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is because you were worried about Maya. I'm a genius. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearl. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You know the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. Signed up for your special course? Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel, ha ha ha. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How'd you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small, though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearl, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this? The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. I have no idea. Huh. I think I need more. I think I need more before we can do this one. Alright, well. We gotta talk to Gumshoe, right? Wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. Or maybe we have to talk to Bikini. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. Bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Hello. Well, what's the damage? How's the Sacred Cavern? Looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. Bigger problem, you say? Told Sister Bikini all about it, about the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Kurain tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yeah, you were telling me how the Master of Kurain disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise, no, I mean Mystic Misty, arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the master, she said, someone is trying to destroy the Kurain tradition's main family line, words. I'm here to put a stop to them. Well, good job being here to put a stop to them. Instead, you helped them destroy more of the main family line. I accidentally pressed X. Someone's trying to destroy the main family line. I think that's what Phoenix said. There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Kurain, and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the master worth this much bloodshed? I wonder. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. Best girl. During Mass-to-Mass case and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mi is always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Kurain technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know? I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know? Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? Suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Haha, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? Edgeworth's dad, the Von Karma case. The one that made Misty get lost. It was 17 years ago, that's when everything came crashing down, all because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? Sure, the records still exist if you're interested, locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident, that's the name of the file. The DL6 incident, I knew it. Bringing it all back around at the end, I love that. The DL6 incident, I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right, so it was you who was the defense attorney on that case? A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer, and the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Crane tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Crane Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. Since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Crane tradition is starting to recover at last. But with the new master wielding the power of the clan, does she mean Maya? Spiritual power of the Crane channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami, but with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. Guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master Sea from her. Oh, wait, Misty was the younger sister? Did we know that? I didn't know that we knew that. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Yeah, that weirdo. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. Yeah, and they still didn't, like, really resolve that very effectively. Suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? Is she related to the Fays? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter? What? Iris is Pearl's sister? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, thought you already knew. Sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Aw? Yeah, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest. That child, she's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. Freak. It was all done to set Pearl up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, 3? Pearl, Iris, and who? Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, Dahlia, and Mystic Pearl. Is Dahlia adopted? What? Twin sister? Didn't you know it all happened 20 years ago? After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him, and then he married some other chick and became a, like, jewelry salesman? What? How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. Dahlia is a fae? In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, the twin sister is Dahlia. Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler? Yeah, it's Dahlia, obviously. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband, but even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had Pearl. Seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confined her. So Iris has a twin sister, yet it's Dahlia. The plot thickens, but this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Is the twin sister listed here? Morgan Faye's daughter and Iris' twin sister. I wonder if I can break the psych lock just with this. Iris had a twin sister, that's really all I know. That and the fact that she was taken away from her mother by her jeweler father. I don't have any idea where she is or what she's doing now. I could tell her, but she'd probably have a coronary and a half. Okay, that was a lot. I don't know if I need to present you anything right now, but I probably just need to... I bet I can break Iris' psych lock. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Yo, Gumshoe! No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Karain. Woo! I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. This is reggae? Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long you been there? I just got here. Ah, okay. What are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. Made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. Promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? I want to see that. How's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did you mean by that? About that letter you found? Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I found is some burnt-up old letter. Be careful. Once Knight should be there as soon as you heat throw out Belle. You must channel her... Channel her spirit? Leave everything up to her? Someone did a spirit channeling to let someone do something? Burnt-up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Okay, okay. Did Dahlia channel someone's spirit because she's a fae? Did Dahlia channel Valerie's spirit or something? There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Found by Gumshoe. Be careful. Once Knight should be the as soon as you hear the Knight's Out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Someone was told to channel a spirit at night. It must have been Iris or Dahlia that were told to channel someone's spirit. But whose spirit? It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I'd better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. What do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shishishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yeah, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. I don't know what he's gonna say. Oh, the metal detector! It's back! Dude, this is such a throwback to 1-4. I love this. What's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, I didn't see it immediately, but whatever. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Absolutely. Always help out my boy. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. All right, then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. It's so sensitive you could make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off of it. Oh, bother. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector going off. Next, move the detector around. It's auto-skipping dialogue. That's annoying. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit something metallic, and when that happens, press the X button to give the area a good hard stare. Okay, I have to let it auto-cycle. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems sus, okay, pal? Alright. Well, the Ami thing. That Shishishito next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh, yeah? That reminds me. You know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yeah, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. Think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. Something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. What? Wait, is it going off here? Is it the staff? This is Miss Denham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood, but the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, right? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... Ah! The top is coming off. Does this thing have a hidden sword in it? Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! Wait, it's a sword! That's a sword. Inside the staff. Is this... Could it be... the murder weapon? I love a good hidden, like, cane sword. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. Officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. There's no team in Gumshoe? Okay. Doesn't look like there's any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No, no, no. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shishishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. What a bro, that gumshoe. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hold it. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? What are you talking about, pal? Please, just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think. Maya's been murdered. Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay. Just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of the mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure. Thanks. Gumshoe remains the greatest to ever do it, chat. Can't help but wonder, though, what was Elise Denham doing with a staff like this in the first place? She probably wanted to kill whoever was trying to kill her daughter and get rid of the main family. No, not the courtyard. Who do I need to talk to now? I probably need to break some Cyclocks. I wonder if I can break Iris's Cyclock. Oh, something here? I was expecting Larry and Pearl to be here. Guess they must have gone to collect firewood. Suppose I'll have to check back later. Okay, so we can't do Pearl's Cyclock right now. Nothing here. Garden. It's just Edgeworth. You didn't have a Cyclock, right? No. No, you don't have a Cyclock, but I have to prove to you that, Dahlia is related to this case. And I think to do that, I need to break your Cyclock. Let's do it. Interrogation jutsu! Alright, we already did most of this Cyclock. We just need to present the twin sister thing at the end. And hopefully that'll do it. This person saw you somewhere on the night of the murder. Bikini. We already read this earlier, so I'm just gonna skip through it all. We just want to get to the last Cyclock. The thing that was wrong with this was your own testimony about it. Yep. Nailed it. 2 different places. There's only one possible explanation for this. There were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, they were seen in 2 different places. Means there must be 2 of you. Can't think of any other explanation. That's crazy. There's only 1 of me. Impossible. I wonder. The way you're trembling. Yada yada. Trying to suggest there's more than me. Show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than 1 of me. The fact that you have a twin sister. Take that! Mr. Wright, when you said there was another me, I was kind of expecting someone who looked like me, you know? In that case, are you saying that I look like this person? Wait, what? You show me something you are 100% certain about then? Wait, what? Don't mean to sound uncooperative. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Do I not have something that will... Be careful, once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Oh wait, there are multiple pages of this. Her name is blank, she is R blank, the whole blank. Here's a picture of her, use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is done, burn they'll also make sure to never tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition? What? I didn't realize there were more pages to this. Our vengeance? What on earth? I must still be missing something. Do I have to convince Edgeworth about Dahlia first? Like, maybe I just present the twin thing to him? Hey, Edgeworth, do you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but problem is she didn't know the name of the twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. Oh, okay, Edgeworth is gonna tell me it's Dahlia, then I present Dahlia to Iris. Okay. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth, please. Let's go. It was my first court case 6 years ago. You played through it in the last stream. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? Yeah, well, he deserved it, though. Just to be clear, he deserved it. You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. Goodbye. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. Okay. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Well, well, well. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Ah, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. You mean to tell me that Phoenix, before he ever met Mia or Maya, was already dating a Fae at some point? What are the chances of that, brother? What in the anime? The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead? What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What? What? What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading your file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey, Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month? What? Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? Wait, Dahlia is Dahlia actually dead? If Dahlia's dead, then someone was channeling her spirit. Was Iris channeling her spirit? But Iris was in 2 places at once. So it has to be a Fae who isn't Iris. Did Pearl channel Dahlia without meaning to? Did Maya channel Pearl? Did Misty, or not Pearl, did Maya channel Dahlia? It couldn't have been Iris that channeled her. So if Dahlia is actually dead, then either Maya, Pearl, or Misty channeled Dahlia. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. Well, apparently Godot. There's no way to revive the dead. Obviously has not watched Naruto. I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. Did you say Crane channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Oh yeah, Edgeworth would hate the crane channeling technique, wouldn't he? I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room, it's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. I've already looked at all that in one for you, idiot. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the crane channeling technique is real. Do I have an actual thing of Dahlia now? Dahlia Hawthorne deceased. Executed. She was executed. That's insane. Alright, I have the thing that I actually need to interrogate you with now. Interrogation no jutsu! I cannot believe that they are twins. That is insane. And Dahlia is dead? The real question is she actually dead? Or did she get out of it somehow? Chat, you're right. We need a throwback to the parrot taking the stand. I want to cross-examine a parrot again. Alright, there goes that. And then this one... Whoops. Ah! This one is your own testimony. Do. Alright, what do I present on this one? Oh, I say that you've been in two places, and then I present Dahlia. There were two of you. You know, why? They're twins, but why do they have the same hairstyle? Like, why do they both have the same hair? You don't have to have the same hair as your twin, you know? Take that, sucker. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. Also, please give me all my health back. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah! That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer. Yeah, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? Okay, so that's why I had to have the Dahlia thing specifically. I needed for Edgeworth to tell me that she was dead. I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder? It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo. A training ground of the crane channeling technique. Oh, you know what? I guess Bikini could have also... I said earlier it was Misty, Pearl, or Maya, but I guess Bikini might be able to channel too. It might have been her. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah! Unlock successful. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me, who passed away last month. Just as I suspected, the Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder, it was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. Oh, you're being manipulated by Dahlia. You're stupid. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. Wait, you betrayed her before? You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? Wait, you're related to that? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. When she was 14? She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. Yeah, she's a freak. It's all because I betrayed her. How'd you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help, and she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? Oh, because your father abandoned your mother and took you away from her. I mean, that makes sense. That you would hate your dad. What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to heck. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. I mean, he didn't send her to heck. He just, like, divorced her. Which, like, him divorcing her because she wasn't the master of the family or whatever, that's pretty messed up. But, like, still. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. Okay, yeah, you know, he does sound like a scumbag, that's for sure. But his plan backfired because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Karain. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Crane tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. DL6, it all goes back to DL6, bro! It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there. A hick dive. What? And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. Yeah, she's also a scumbag, so. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. Well, I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. Suppose I better continue my investigation. Who did Dahlia possess? It must have... She killed Misty, so it must have been Pearl or Maya. I'm betting that she possessed Pearl because Pearl isn't able to channel anymore. Still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psych Lock. Oh, is Pearl's Psych Lock the final Psych Lock in the game? Let's go. Alright, Pearl, where are you at? I must have everything I need now to bust it out of you. Not here. I mean, she's probably back at Heavenly Hall. Yep. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. That sounds dangerous. That shack is made entirely out of wood. Why would you do that? Ah, Mr. Nick. Ha! You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearl is hiding. Whoops. Interrogation jutsu for probably the final time. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Denham's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go. No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to... Oh, wait, we already did this one. We already did this one. She was... Yeah. She was at the inner temple, and she was worried about Maya. We already did all of this, so we can just skip through it. Bum. You mean you know? Of course I know. I'm a genius. Smartest man on the 7 seas. Maya Fey. It was Maya, wasn't it? Yada yada. Okay, wait. I don't know what I need to do next. I should read this. So, reckless with their health, yada yada. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said because you introduced Hazakura to Maya. You felt responsible. Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still. So I decided to go and find how she was doing at the temple. All right. They were clear now you went to the inner temple that night, Pearl, so what's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed to the temple? It was probably around 9:30. I heard the training was at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. There was so much, I didn't get there until after 10. After 10, how'd you know what time it was? I heard the bell ringing for lights. She heard the lights out bell. Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small, though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearl, why were you so worried about hearing the bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know the reason why you're worried, Belle, because of this. Oh, is it the burnt letter? Because the burnt letter says to listen for the bell? As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Her name is blank, she is our yada yada yada. Okay, yeah. Easy. This is what I didn't have earlier. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Ah! Where did you? In the incinerator at the inner temple. Okay, so someone gave Pearl this letter and told Pearl to channel Dahlia, and then Pearl channeled Dahlia. I guess Iris must have given this to her, I suppose. Pearl channeled Dahlia, and then Dahlia killed Pearl's aunt, who is Maya's mom. Oh my goodness. Remember in like 2-2 or whatever it was, where Maya was so messed up that even if she had channeled a body, if she had killed someone, she'd feel awful? Pearl killed her aunt while channeling Dahlia. That's messed up, bro. Pearl, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. Yeah, I'm the best. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearl. For me, no. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearl? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearl have been trying to channel? Dahlia's. Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearl was supposed to channel. Person you were trying to channel that night, Pearl, was Dahlia Hawthorne, a literal, like, crime-obsessed maniac. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah! It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearl? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. Dahlia was able to murder Maya's mom because this stupid idiot kid read the note saying, hey, channel this random person you don't know, and she just did it without even questioning it or thinking about it. I get that you're like a 9-year-old, but you're like, the fact that you did this without any forethought means that you killed your aunt. You killed your aunt, Pearl. You killed your aunt. I thought so. Pearl doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearl, who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you've never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. It was her mom. It was her mom. It must have been her mom. Here's my next question, because she said she was getting revenge or whatever. It's her mom. Easy. Pearl, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you? I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. You followed your mother's instructions even after she was proven to try. Okay, now, actually, at first I was like, okay, Pearl, you get the benefit of the doubt, you're a child and all. Now, actually, I think that you're kind of to blame, at least partially. Your mother is in solitary confinement in prison because she tried to frame your cousin for murdering a person. And you got a letter from her saying, hey, channel this random spirit while Mystic Maya is in the middle of, like, her most important, like, training thing or whatever. And you were like, yeah, okay, Mom, who, like, tried to get Mystic Maya blamed for murder. I'll just do that for you. Yeah, you're an idiot. You're an idiot, and you're at least partially to blame for killing your aunt. Wah. Yo, throw her off the bridge, man. All right, Pearl, it's time you start telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say follow these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. All right, and then after being responsible for killing your aunt, you're still refusing to cooperate. You're the worst. You're the worst. You're the worst 9-year-old I've ever seen. Is there anyone in the Fame family who isn't, like... Is there anyone cool in the Fame family, Faye family other than Mia? Is Mia the only good person in this family? She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. All right, Pearl, we both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? Couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. What? Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Her name is Dahlia. She is our something. The whole blank. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is done, burn. They'll also make sure you never tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. What didn't she understand? Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel. I know you can do it. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Careful once it falls. Once it burn, they'll also make tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master and that's gravy. It's gravy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you dumb idiot. Gravely roast or whatever. She meant that Misty Faye would rot in HFIL. You thought that you were supposed to throw gravy on Misty. Oh my god, you stupid. She's so dumb. She's so dumb and stupid and dumb and stupid. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah! What? Why would I do something like that? You remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Denham on the night of the murder? I don't. Perhaps we can read some books together? Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Haha, well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Oh my goodness, she actually brought up the word gravely. You're joking me, dude. What are you talking about? Sure, Miss Denham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounds like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. That's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. You've got to be joking me, bro. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. Well, no, you're not useless. You're actually very useful to, murderers! I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. I think that you should be put in jail, too. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near this sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Crane, like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearl, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl, who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too, it happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. Thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Dumb idiot. Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. No, I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. It's the first time it's happened. Is Dahlia still alive? I tried and I tried and I tried. Cass, she's like 6. No, she's like 9. She's 9. She's 9, and she knows her mom is in jail, so she shouldn't be listening to letters from her mom. As soon as she got this letter, she should have told Maya or Phoenix. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. Look, I'm just saying, 2 years in juvie will sort Pearl out. Just put her in juvie for like 2 years. It'll work out. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time, but I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you, just like that. What, did Maya channel her? Wait, if you can't channel her even right now, is Maya still Dahlia even right now? So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? Suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? Could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit! Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. Can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. That would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearl could. It had to have been Maya, because Misty was killed. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. Misty was killed, Pearl is saying she didn't do it, and Iris was seen at 2 different locations, which means she couldn't have been channeling Dahlia at the time. The only other person that could channel Dahlia is Maya. Or I guess Sister Bikini, but that seems ridiculous. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Alright, well, you know. I guess you're off the hook then, Pearl. I still blame you for trying to do it because you're an idiot. But it sounds like Maya might have killed her own mom, and man, that's gonna take a lot of therapy. That's gonna take, like, a lot of therapy. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearl. I visit her every month, and last month she told me. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Why didn't you talk to Maya about this? Why didn't you, stupid 9-year-old? Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. Should have immediately shown this to Maya. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. You poor idiot. Your mother just sees you as a tool. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. You dumb idiot. You need to explain to this idiot. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? No, you got Maya's mom killed. I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter too. Hey, listen, I know that, like, she's a kid and all. You need to explain to this kid that her mother is a scumbag, or else she's gonna keep trying to do things for her mother and trying, like, inadvertently trying to kill Maya. There was a picture with her letter too. A picture of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time, pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. Did Maya open it and Maya thought that it was for... Oh my goodness. Did Maya open it and think it was a letter from her mom? Did Maya find the letter, think it was from Misty, and then channel Dahlia before Pearl could, and then with Maya's body, Dahlia killed Misty? Oh my goodness. Maya is... No amount of therapy is going to get her through this, bro. It's over for her. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Orders from Morgan Fay opened once before. It had to have been Maya. Thanks, Pearl. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right. But you have to... Look at that innocent smile on her face. You are... The longer you don't explain to her how awful her mom is, the worse it is for her. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Godot! Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Honestly, yeah. Godot! The entrance to the Sacred Cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. Guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. 2 sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. He literally wasn't by Mia's side when Mia was murdered. What are you talking about? You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha! What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Alright, Godot's kind of an idiot. He's a little stupid, I'm gonna be honest. He's a little stupid. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Mr. Nick, Is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearl. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Yeah, you can trust him, so he should tell you about why your mother is a scumbag. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. Wrong. My last great wish, it seems I was just in time. I hope that chick dies in prison. To be continued. Here we are. Save my progress. We're at about 4 hours. If we can get through this in the next 2 hours, I will consider it such a success. Good morning. Ah, are you by yourself? Ah, morning, Pearl. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya. Well, she's gonna have to go through a lot of therapy because of what you did. I'm sorry, we don't know. Oh, wait, no, not because of what you did, because of what your mom did. It's your mom's fault, because Maya found her letter, I guess. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the Inner Temple. You're innocent of, like, murdering people or whatever. However, you did try to do what would have led to the murder, so, I mean, you're still at fault for not telling me about the letter, but Phoenix is also... Listen, I gotta be honest, everyone here except Gumshoe sucks. Phoenix should have been more clear with Pearl about her mom being the scum of the earth. Pearl should have been more clear about the letter she got from her mom. Maya apparently found the letter too. She should have told us about it. Everyone sucks and everyone is to blame. Everyone is to blame except Gumshoe. Only Gumshoe is blameless. He's the only one, and that's why he's the GOAT. Investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the Inner Temple. Ah, I see. So Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in the case, so she can't be at the Inner Temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? Prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska is going to be the prosecutor today. Okay, good. So they're not going to sideline Godot like they did Franziska in the second game. That's good. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Who else but Godot? Godot. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Can we bring it down to 2 hours? That's when I'd like my stream to end. Hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold onto someone else literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Dude, they did so much better with Edgeworth in this game instead of the second game. I think Edgeworth is really good in the first and the third game. I think they absolutely, like, bungle Edgeworth in the second game. The way they use Edgeworth... I think I just hate Justice for All. I think that the second Ace Attorney game just kind of sucks. I think that they use Edgeworth really poorly in it. I don't really like any of the cases in it, more or less. But, like, the first Ace Attorney, which I think is just called Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, and then Trials and Tribulation have both been great. I think they do really good with Edgeworth in both of them. Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Denham? No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. I wonder if Morgan actually planned even for Dahlia to die and Dahlia to possess Pearl forever. Is she, like, that much of a freak that Pearl really is just a tool for her to bring it? Like, she doesn't care what kid does it? Even, like, replacing Pearl's spirit with Dahlia's is fine? Court is now in session for the trial. Yeah, we got the original judge back. Let's go! Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you? Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. This Canadian dude is your little brother. Oh my goodness, you gave him the cold, Phoenix. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers? That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Alright, Godot, let's do this. I have like 2 hours. Well, I have more than 2 hours if I need it, but I would really like to finish this trial day in 2 hours. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime, but today she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Because she feels indebted to Dahlia, and now she's gonna take the fall for Dahlia, just like Terry tried to. And just like you tried to, back in the day. Very well, this court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's all right. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Denham? No, I'm not, Your Honor, but I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. Whoa. What? Order in the court, order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Ah, that Godot. This is the confession that we're conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Alright, we don't need that anymore. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Yeah, Dahlia. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Crane tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Crane channeling technique, Mystic Maya Faye. They're gonna blame Maya for it. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya! Order! Order in the court! Not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. Thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going this direction. I mean, Maya is the one who committed the murder, presumably, with Dahlia's spirit. Went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. Saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Oh, she's trying to say that Mystic Maya killed Elise in self-defense Or Misty when Misty was trying to kill her, which is obviously not what happened. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal. Well, her and her twin both. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. All right, let's go. I don't know what exactly I'm looking for to contradict here. Obviously, she's lying. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. Now, what do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult it is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What'd you witness in the temple garden? Phoenix did not deny Maya being his girlfriend. Shouldn't he, like, not be allowed to do this case if it is his girlfriend who is being accused? Well, Your Honor, saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Oh, I should save the game, by the way. Now that we're here. How old is Maya again? 19? 20 by now? I think the game will tell us, actually. She's 19 right now. I think Phoenix, we don't have him as a profile anymore. I think Phoenix is 23, 24? They got like a 5-year difference. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was gonna collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. Couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. Phoenix was able to do a case when his close friend was the victim. This court doesn't care about relationships. But wasn't the close friend was Larry? Does that count? That doesn't really count. Oh, no, wait. You're talking about 1-4. Never mind. All right. It's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? Yo, Doc, you're in chat too? What the heck? What's up, Doc? Doc, Falk, Butter? All my friends are here to see me finish 3-5. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. I was looking at chat. I don't even know what I just hit hold it to. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. All right, this is a lie because the weapon is the sword that is in the staff that Gumshoe and I found. A dagger, huh? And Elise Denham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ha! The only thing more entertaining than playing Ace Attorney is watching someone play Ace Attorney. So true. I am almost out of water. Not a good sign. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with this testimony? Yeah, there's one thing. That's not the weapon. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do, but this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. That's not how prosecution works. Okay, now let's continue. Threw her staff and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. This is a lie. Threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true, it's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with the staff, unless you're skilled. Sister Iris, let me make sure I got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's all right. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of this. Idiot. Objection, Your Honor. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Denham throwing your staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. It's pretty awesome. It also looks like a Cooper cane. If Elise Denham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. Okay, well, her trying to kill her daughter is very strange, so. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. I do. Because Miss Elise Denham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Because they're, like, related. Do I have something that says they're related? Am I supposed to show the Crane Master's talisman to be, like, she is related to one another? That makes the most sense to me. Take that! The music didn't stop? Well, Mr. DeGo, if you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Trite's index finger. Try sticking your finger in an electric outlet might be safer for you. Otherwise, it might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place. Ah! Still don't think that Miss Denham would ever attack Maya. If you think about the relationship, it's obvious. Why don't you think it over one more time? Very well, Your Honor. Do I need to show the gravy stain? Does her profile say that she's Misty Fey? Real name Misty Fey. Okay, the music stopped this time. Thank goodness. Okay, there we go. Elise Denham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Denham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah! No, not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Get wrecked. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Denham actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Death and paying taxes. Ha! You still don't get it. It's the blackness of his mug or whatever. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps? Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're gonna ruin your health, my friend. Well, he's already dead, apparently, so. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I, a detective who loves to investigate, sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor, but do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. What is he talking about? Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed. Okay. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Wrong? Literally wrong. It's happened multiple times in this franchise. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to the court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stolen lantern. Okay. Has it always said testimony at the top left flashing like that? Has that always been there? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Alright, here we go. What am I looking for in this one? Should save. Should save at the start of, like, every testimony. Mystic Maya stumbled after being hit over the head with the staff. Hold it. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack, took her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff, then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think he got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen? Okay, so I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and the woman that was killed was Elise Denham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? Nah, I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so I can't counter that yet. Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Wait a minute. No? Wrong? Wrong. Wrong? She was stabbed in the back. Where's the crime photo? Or are you saying that she was stabbed? Well, I guess she could have been stabbed in the back like this. Like, she could have been stabbed in the stomach, then stabbed in the back, I guess. What does the autopsy say? Not autopsy says stab in the back. You're lying. Idiot. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony, moron. Oh! What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Yo, you're already on, like, Coffee Cup 4, bro? I have a feeling that you're gonna get to 17 too quick. It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter. And now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? Drink. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. All the senses? All of them? Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. Witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. Huh, did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? Didn't we see the tiki torches were lit? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other, but then the staff ended up over at the courtyard, though. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night, that's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Order! Order! Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it? Why, it's written in blood! Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down! What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Lise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. Well, the blood couldn't be draining out of her body because the knife wasn't pulled out, right? Certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Ha, nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. What? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Can he not see blood? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Denham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Lise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Denham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. I think Trick of Fate works here just as well. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. All right. What am I going to catch you on here? Save at the start of each testimony. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master. So then you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fae. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Alright, that's a little sus. Maybe I can push on that. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Why'd you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? Drag the body, yada yada. Did the save say 4-1? Yeah, because this is part 4-1 trial. We've gone through a lot in this, in 3-5. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Absolutely. Snowmobile. Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride. I should probably have asked about the tracks, actually, because they made a big deal about that. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked back from the inner temple back to Hazakura. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. I thought the numbers meant the game in case. So for example, this would be 3-5. This is 3-5 because this is episode 5 of the 3rd game. Each episode has multiple parts to it, where, like, you can see at Justice for All here, it says Part 4-2 Trial. Each individual episode, which this one is 3-5, has a, like, 1-1 investigation, 1-2 investigation, then, like, a 2-2 trial, etc. We're at Part 4-1 Trial of Game 3, Episode 5, which is called 3-5. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? He contradicted. Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Ha! Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you'd better be careful in your testimony, that's all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well, let's continue the testimony. You transported the body by snowmobile all the way to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I... I used the Shishishito to alter the way it looked. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Dude, my throat is actually starting to get a little sore. 4.5 hours in. Probably, more like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Denham. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault this case has gotten so confusing. I have been drinking water, Falk. I have been drinking water. I've still been talking almost non-stop for 4.5 hours, brother. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. To protect whatchamacallit. To protect Dahlia. The snowmobile, I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. Okay, wait. I want to do the other... That's about the tracks this time. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important. Magic must defeat magic. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. It doesn't? Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony, but doesn't have something to do with the case. All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. Let's get this let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Does this not match the weather data I have? There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. Hold up. It snowed from 7 to 10:50, lightning at 10 to 11, lightning struck the bridge at 10:45, around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. It was snowing until the bridge had already been on fire for 5 minutes. So the murder could not have happened. You're lying then. It could not have been snowing. The murder had to have happened after the bridge was on fire. If it was snowing. Yeah. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelations? Is that a joke about The Matrix? Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us? Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya, but why would she want to... Yeah. The only reason is to protect Dahlia. Alright, so I don't think this matches up with the weather data. The music didn't stop, oh no. I'm wrong. You don't sound very sure. Objection denied. Oh, I thought I had that. Don't think that won me any points with the judge. I really thought I had that. What is it? Yeah. I don't think I need this yet. Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. You're supposed to show the tracks photo? I really thought that the weather data was gonna carry me here again. Gravy. I'm lost. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master. I removed the body from the inner temple, dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Ozakura Temple. I used the Shishito to alter the way the wound looked. By the time the murder took place, how is it? I don't understand why I'm wrong. Someone in chat want to point me in the right direction here? We're at 4.5 hours. The longer I go without having dinner, the more willing I am to just ask chat to tell me what to do. What am I missing here? Is it just that I need to present something different? I don't know what else I could present here, though. Orders from Morgan Le Fay. Or just Morgan Fay, whoops. There's something else that tells you why that can't be true. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Doesn't match this. This matches with the snow having already stopped. That doesn't do anything. How is something other than the weather data supposed to show that the snow is already stopped? The crystal sphere? Maybe? Because it was, like, already buried in snow? Yeah, because it was already buried in snow after the murder? Yeah. Your Honor, this is wrong too? Really? I mean, that is a contradiction, though. We proved that, like, the murder had to happen... The weather data is correct on a different statement? What? On a different statement? This is the statement that says the snow had already stopped. What statement do I have to present it on? It's weird? Oh, this is stupid then. So I was right, but they've made it dumb. Fourth, according to a guide. 1, 2, 3, 4. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge? Huh? Why? You claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris, that isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Oh, because of the lightning and the snow timing. Okay. Okay, so this one makes sense, but I also think it's bad game design. I think that I could have figured this out if there hadn't been a line, and we had to get her to add that to her testimony too, didn't we? The fact that you add a bit of testimony that has her say the snow stopped by then, and there are so many things that say, like, the murder had to have happened while it was still snowing, and none of those are correct, but you have to specifically get the, like, it snowed while the bridge was already on fire. I think that that's a mistake by the devs. I think that's intentionally, I think that what I said was right, but the devs didn't account for it being right. I think that the devs were stupid on that one. I think that they messed that one up, to be honest. I think that they were the ones who made a mistake. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Yeah, I agree, chat. You should be able to use it on either one. If presenting the weather data on the snow having stopped, that should have worked just as much as presenting it on the other one. I think that they, like, adding that other statement and it not also being correct is the devs just being stupid. That was dumb. If it had been doable on either of them, that would have been perfectly fine. Order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will fine you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Oh, is someone finally gonna get in trouble for perjury for the first time in Phoenix Wright history? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Excuse me? I think that them lying means a lot, actually. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Denham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard, and second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Denham's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. Objection! You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling me now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect trite, maybe you can explain this for the court? What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah! Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? Will it? I hope so, because we're coming up on 5 hours. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Ah, so it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Okay, what's up with this bridge? There's gonna be some stuff wrong with this. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Okay. We're gonna need to use this for something. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's gonna be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Trite, I'm only gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Okay, so this is the end of this. What am I at on time? We got 13 minutes to get through this one, chat, to hit the 5-hour mark and be done with this. To be done with this one, and then hopefully the last one only takes an hour. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten... Oh, wait, I don't need to read this again. I need to do hold it. Whoops. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said, the body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? This is no joke. You've given sworn testimony in a court of law. That literally is a joke in this franchise. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, you see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? Yeah, but he wasn't carrying a dead body, though, on that day. If it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection.
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. Trauma? Trauma? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Okay. Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? You could fly over it. I don't see why there wouldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Oh my goodness, it's Larry's stupid painting, bro! If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. How do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even though I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all my evidence and see where it takes me. I gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Are you saying there's a way to cross a burning? Oh my goodness, bro. You don't need... There's nothing in the rule book, Your Honor, that says a dog cannot play basketball. The music stopped. It's actually right. A dead body flying over a burning bridge? I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who's the witness? Can't chicken out here. Gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Denham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Loris Denham. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? I have no idea how the victim flew through the air here, dude. And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Turn the sketch upside down? Alright, then let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? Upside down? Are you saying that she fell from the bridge? And that this sketch is upside down? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Loris Denham is... Well, it's not evidence of nothing. It's a complete contradiction or exactly what happened? Well, I'm trying to find contradictions. So, a complete contradiction? Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loris Denham stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. Oh my goodness, he's looking at it upside down. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to pointing that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Do I point out the falling body? Or... If this is upside down... Oh, it's these suspension things are upside down. The wires. So I just, like, choose the... Like, it's obvious the wire is upside down? It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha! Is that thing the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Do I have a picture? I have a picture of the bridge. Yeah, the suspension. Look, those wires are upside down.
Take that!
Take that, idiot. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires! What? Get wrecked, Goodell. Get destroyed. Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why do you make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed the events? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never gonna come. He waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ugh, no way. Larice Denham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Denham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. Swinging? That's right, just like a pendulum. What? Ridiculous! Bro, learn to say it, not spray it, man.
Objection.
Order! Objection. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. A pendulum? Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yeah, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with the pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. Or you just, like, take one of the wires. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? It must have just been from the bridge, right? Like, look, right there's the rope that they used to swing. Right there. Take that. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Denham's body. I cannot believe that this worked. How did the body disconnect from the wire in the middle of swinging? What? Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ha! Glug, 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 glug. The music that plays when Godot drowns himself in coffee because I've bested him yet again. Mr. Godot! Seems Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose it's not an impossibility after all. Objection. How is there still coffee in that? Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? That the body was swung like a pendulum? The sphere? Would she have had her staff on her when she was sent swinging? Maybe? That It's exactly, the orb, wait a minute. The orb fell exactly, yeah, I wish I could save the game right now. Take that! Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal? Yes, precisely. Let us consider the body's movements by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. Oh, the fact that she fell like 10 feet. Says here that the body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but it came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then as a result of the landing impact, I wonder if you could have shown the autopsy report to get this then. There were two different evidences that could have done it. This crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise de Gnome's staff, whatever her name is. Misty Faye. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. Yeah. Crystal was found. Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite, but you forgot about one thing. And what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. I'm gonna save real quick because I think he's about to ask me to prove something. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do? Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Well, Iris is the one who took it to the temple, actually, but that means that Dahlia, possessing presumably Maya, is the one who threw it from the other side. Very well, then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Do you want me to say Iris or Dahlia here? We're working under the assumption that Iris is on the inner temple side, so I assume they want me to say Dahlia. Take that. Well, Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say. Oh, this is wrong. This is supposed to be Iris, actually. Smelled of sulfur. Perhaps it was... Nah, dang it. I'm gonna reload, because I'm getting way too low on health. Alright, shut up. I didn't mean to play the jazz again. Come on, come on. So do I say Iris, then? Take that. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Okay, so alright. I outplayed myself. I thought to myself, like, sometimes in Ace Attorney, they make you say things that are wrong to proceed the case. That mostly happened in Justice for All, I think, and it was a big reason I hated Justice for All. But they actually want me to try and, like, get the facts straight here. Okay. But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Goodell? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed, it's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt out bridge. Oh my god, I need this game to end soon. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing, unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Wait, am I talking to Dahlia right now?
Objection.
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is, I should say. There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. It's because you're talking to Dahlia. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. Yada yada. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. Says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order! Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. The crane channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yeah. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her. Namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection.
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. There she goes. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yeah, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Ooh, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off, way off. Still not convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha! Suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with the trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. She doesn't? Okay. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there ever been any chances for Iris to switch with Dahlia? Obviously. Oh, it's when Edgeworth. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. It's when Edgeworth passed out from the earthquake, and then Iris went to the... Yep. Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? Oh, don't make me call out Edgeworth on this. I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was Miles Edgeworth. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple, ah! How could I have? She fled, she escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. Oh, so from ever since the earthquake, Iris has been Dahlia. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. So is that Maya's body right now? That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would be quiet. Oh, Dahlia, yep. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. Ha! So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. So that's Maya's body. But this time I'll end it, for her and for myself. Oh, to be continued, please. Alright, that one took a while, but we got it. That was like an hour and 20 minutes. I am so hungry. I am starving. Oh my goodness, please let this take like less than an hour. Give Dahlia a second death penalty. True, true. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. That is a really creepy-looking portrait. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried on that night. The plan. Mr. Judge, send Dahlia to God's office and have her expelled. Oh man, that's a good one, Falk. Good joke. The whole plan began with my death, a stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are? Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, it's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya, could it be true? Well, yeah, obviously, because then Pearl's the only one who can take the place of Master, you idiot. Oh, but then they couldn't kill Maya because Maya channeled Dahlia. So once Dahlia was in Maya's body, she couldn't... Well, couldn't she have just stabbed herself? The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How'd you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, I double-tapped. She was, like, in penitentiary or whatever, since I was on death row and she was my mother. It was actually pretty easy to meet with her. Okay, that makes sense. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Crane? Okay, so she did want it to be Pearl no matter what, then. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? Stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her along with our father. Okay, so that's why Morgan... Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so Morgan does not care about you and, That makes sense. Pearl actually has, like, channeling powers, and obviously once, like, Pearl becomes... I was saying earlier, like, what if Morgan just wanted one of her daughters to be in charge? Like, Dahlia could keep possessing Pearl forever and be it, but Dahlia then wouldn't be able to channel other spirits, which is how the Crane channeling technique, like, becomes famous and all. Okay, so it has to be Pearl for Morgan to get what she wants. That's why we were abandoned by her along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Wow! You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? Oh my goodness. On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. Yeah, messed up family. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Dumb idiot. But for it to work, Maya Fay would have to die. Maya would have to die? But why? Are you stupid, Phoenix? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. Yeah, Pearl obviously doesn't know because you never told her her mother was a scumbag! Phoenix is so stupid. I wish Mia was the main character. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Phoenix is such an idiot, bro. He is literally moronic. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. No, it's... Why are you so stupid? I'm actually... It's because I'm so hungry, but I'm actually getting mad at how dumb Phoenix is. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? Why are you so stupid? You were gonna kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Grr. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical, no one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed that she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You convinced your dad to get rid of her. Hello? Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fay. Maya's not dead. You're in Maya's body right now. That's the only way, that's the only way you can be here. You already said that you and Iris don't have channeling power. I already spoke to Pearl, like we know where Pearl is. There's only one person's body you could be in right now, and it's Maya. That's absurd. She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? Well, she would kill Maya because she hates Mia. You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me. Why? Tell me why. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, my ear is itching like crazy. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Phoenix is so stupid. He is the dumbest man I have ever seen. And Larry is in this game. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Yeah, revenge on Mia, yeah. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more info out of her. It's the only way to understand the plan and what she went after. Yeah, I already got all the info out of her. Yada, yada, yada. I pressed right one too many times. I hate when that happens in this game. I wish that it just, like, you know how you can't press left here? I wish that you couldn't press right on the last thing. Like, it even looks like you can't press right here. You just shouldn't be able to press right here. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Your goal was to get revenge on Mia Fey. I don't know how to show that, though. Do I just present Mia? It might just be present Mia. Because I do have Mia here, don't I? Yeah, Maya's older sister and my eternal mentor in life and law passed away 2 years ago. I'm so smart. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Yeah, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fay. She doesn't care, bro. She doesn't care, bro! As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Ha! Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. Grr. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elise Denham who channeled her after all. Wait, it was Elise who? But then how did you get out of the body and get back into another body? Why did Elise channel you? Why would Misty channel you? I thought that Maya would have channeled you. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. But you have to be in Maya's body right now. What other body could you be in? She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. I don't think you capitalize the F in French for French fry. Did you see that? Like, when you're talking about the language or the people, you capitalize the F in French. But when you're talking about French fries, I don't think you capitalize the F in French. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. But then how did you come back? It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. Okay, that's when you channeled that's when Maya channeled you. You were in the sacred cavern. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there. But how'd you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. You are in her body right now. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Pearl. Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my last chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearl. Pearl went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped, but just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck, Iris. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right, stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. You locked her against her will? Why wasn't she up against the bars being like, hey, help, let me out? I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. No, it was Maya. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is, matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. No way! Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous, that's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? I should save the game in case they want me to present evidence. What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? You are in Maya Fey's body right now. The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? What body are you in right now? Eagle River. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? My phone? Bro, put it on vibrate. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Beep. Get over here. Okay, thanks. Was this something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. She's right in front of you! This is so infuriating! I hate how stupid you all are! I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! This is the second time Phoenix has been on track to date a Fey woman, and she's been killed before his very eyes. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Denham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. I don't think that Maya would kill herself, to be honest. Even if she killed her mom while being channeled by someone. Or someone channeling someone, I mean. Trite, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Ah, they talk about that in Tales of Xillia a lot. One of my, no, I was gonna say one of. It's literally my favorite game. Tales of Xillia is my favorite game. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Goodell? According to the witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. You can't do that because there's actually just rocks there. This was one of the things that we caught her on in 3-4, I think. Oh, you dumb idiot, you made the same mistake. Yes, yet again. You dumb idiot, you're so stupid. You're so dumb. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get messed up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Where's the, temple map? You cannot reach the river from there, bro! How many times do I have to tell you this, Dahlia? It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. Words. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh! You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo. Ah! Ha! So you finally figured it out. No! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago, actually. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff, so where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. I should save again. Dude, this track is so Mega Man Battle Network coded. It sounds like Mega Man is facing a boss in like one of the final dungeons right now in Battle Network. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Without my permission? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. You misunderstood that magic must defeat magic. Aya, Jackie! What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. It's the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? Could happen if someone else was already channeling the same one. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Maya Fey. This is an easy one. Pearl couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey! What? What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yeah, that's right, but if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her? Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't! What are you going on about? Yo, you should, like, try and get something sharp and stab yourself right now in the neck, by the way. What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. Are you telling me that Maya planned this and did this to stop Pearl from channeling her? Hey, Maya, maybe if you had talked to Pearl about it instead and convinced her not to, your mom wouldn't be dead right now. You're all, the Fey family is full of idiots other than Mia. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearl. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. That's actually insane. No, don't say that. Get absolutely bodied. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Well, I mean, you weren't played for that much of a fool because her mom's dead because she decided to take this route. Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no, it would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple? I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world, she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, Me, of course. Oh my goodness, Mia! Best girl! Of course. But, hey, Mia, did you also consider that maybe you should have just had Maya, like, tell Pearl not to do it? Mia Fey! Been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha! You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearl, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya and the inner tip was guarded. Oh, okay. Mia's excuse. She only had one option. Okay, so Dahlia, what? Wait, why didn't Misty channel Dahlia? Dahlia was channeled by Misty. Then Maya channeled Mia and they duked it out? And then Mia, like, told Maya, hey, channel Dahlia after... What? You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. Makes sense, yeah, adds up. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne could have been channeled by someone else. Okay, so Misty was channeled by... Why on earth did Misty channel Dahlia? That doesn't make any sense to me. I wonder if they're actually going to explain that. Misty channeled Dahlia. Dahlia tried to kill Maya. They both passed out. Maya channeled Mia. Mia told her the only way to stop someone from channeling Dahlia to kill you is to channel Dahlia. Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. By one Pearl Fey. Pearl? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Literally just, like, choke yourself out with the Magatama around you right now or something. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. Sploosh. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... Doug! No, not Doug! You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You! Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face! And now this, you've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Maya Fey, or Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You'll never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you'll never beat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Grr. Get wrecked. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you will have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you is burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ah! Aye. Alright, yeah, a lot of vowels. Whoa. Okay, that's a wild... What the heck is this? I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Oh, well, you're dead. Nice fire jutsu. Did Mia do the, like, get out of that body thing that, that Morgan said she would do in the second game but didn't? Oh, hey, Maya. Alright, can we just, like, drop all charges now or something? Nick. Sis. And she's dead. What a waiting. Hey, someone gonna... Phoenix is just standing there with his hand on the... Bro! You should be jumping over that and picking up Maya. Hello? Now then, I assume you're the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the heck she came from. Back to home for infinite losers! Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. Let's go! The judge is based! Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. You never know what is gonna come through that door. I'm sorry. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. Wow, this is actually, like, really deep. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. That was actually, like, so deep. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection.
Uh-oh. What the heck, Godot? Please don't tell me there's more. Please, we're so close to 6 hours. Let me be done. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial isn't over yet, that's what he means. What? No, it should be over! Trite, remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? No! Huh? Dahlia's testimony? Caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Why did Elise channel her? Elise Denham, no, Misty Faye. It must have been Misty who is the one that opened the letter and read it, not Maya. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. Which means Misty is also an idiot. Why would anyone other than Pearl have willingly channeled Dahlia for the first time? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? I have to go through one more trial? No! I've been live for almost 6 hours. I'm so hungry. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. All right, so you guys recognize each other. Very well then, who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through. Yo, the game ends by testifying Maya. That's pretty sick, though, gonna be honest. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. I'm so ready for it to be done. I'm so hungry, dude. Hey, Tried, I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You got some nerve. But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. All right. I don't understand what Godot is trying to accomplish, like, at all. Truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why'd you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister? I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yeah, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. Yeah, she's the one who convinced your dad to get rid of you, though. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong, she never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up. Okay, he deserved it, though. That one, Terry deserved it. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Yeah, but Terry got what he deserved, though, let's be honest. Like, I will not budge on this stance. Terry got what he deserved. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people, you must mean. Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Faye and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. That's right, Dahlia is the one who killed Godot. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise. Was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here, so you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? Whee! It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone, the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did. What? It's Dahlia. I see. Has a sword hidden inside, the actual weapon used to murder the victim. Defendant! Oh no, Iris wants to know the body that was possessed when the murder happened? It must have... I don't know. Yes, the judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Yo, Phoenix, you're so in there? You gotta stop trying to date people in the Faye family, Phoenix. It's not working out. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. What is it about the Faye bloodline that makes them fall in love with an idiot like Phoenix? Iris cooperated with the real killer, maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Hey, Mia. I was just thinking that, you know what we really need right now at this pivotal moment? Cleavage. How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Denham really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. Yeah, Phoenix, you shouldn't be keeping stuff like this from people! Like how you didn't tell Pearl about her mother being scum! I knew she could take it, all of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer, do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. Do I? That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. So I guess it must have been... It must have been, whatchamacallit? It must have been Misty? And one more thing! Magic must have been magic. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much as I can give you. As much help as I can give you, the rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. I'm so mad that there's more of this case. I'm so hungry, bro. I'm dying. What exactly did Maya see anyway, and who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Me, myself, and I. To be continued. Oh, here we go. All right. I am almost 6 hours into this stream, and we are at what better be the end of 3-5. Get me out of here. I'm so hungry. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. I'm going to try and read faster during this one, chat, because I'm actually, I'm starting to get a headache. I'm so hungry. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot. That's the weapon that Maya Faye used when she fought with the victim. Words. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or? Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Not the victim, huh? That is all. Now then, let's restart the trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Found stuck in a pine tree in Inner Temple Garden. The blood doesn't match the victim's. Okay. Sure, both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. Say it again real quick. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Yeah, she's been channeling for like over a day or something, right? Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Okay, so you have about an hour and a half left. Grab some chips. I literally don't have any snacks to go get, and also don't tell me how much time is left in the game. Very well, please bring in the last witness. It's basically spoilers. In fact, what, that was Falk who said that? I'm just gonna time out Falk. This dude can never help himself. He can never help himself. Go sit in the corner and think about what you've done. You're in call with Lark right now, right? With Lark and Butter, my other friends. Tell Lark to play the actually spoiler clip for me. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Karain channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Denham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Objection. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You can get this game done so Chaos can go have dinner. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Witness testimony. All right, let's go. I'm gonna finish this in like an hour to prove Falk wrong. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It is never a good night to be doing that. You should like, never... Don't do that. Not unless you're, like, in a group. It seems that it will be hard to... Well, he said alone, so never alone. It seems that it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. At the Inner Temple. All right, we gotta go fast. We gotta go fast. I gotta finish this game. Gotta finish this game. Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini in Hazakura. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So am I actually trying to, like, this is a clue-style whodunit now? Where I have to, like, figure out who the one that... So what we're going off of here is that someone else was on the Inner Temple side and stabbed Misty Fey. Someone who wasn't Maya and wasn't Dahlia possessing Misty. That's what I'm doing? So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Someone struck me over the head. Hold it. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person, but after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? No, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Always press harder. Always. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it. It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. Thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit medium that was channeled by Elise, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with the testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? Stumbled and then was up against the lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well, now this is beginning to get interesting. What were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So what did you do then? I think I screamed help. You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? A child? The only thing worse than a predator? A child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, sounds like poor little Maya was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Press her? What did she do? My last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah, but you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, I am, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker I was yelling at. What? That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness! Are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I am. Well, I mean, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ha! Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. You've never said that before. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital. I want you to add it to your testimony. Okay. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. A man? Wait, did you just say a man? A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns, so I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Wait, are you saying that the lantern gave you light? That's a lie. That's a lie, because we were told that the lantern's wick doesnn't work. Maya. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. Oh, the death was stabbed from behind. That's right. So there was... What? He's the one who killed Elise Denham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? I should probably say it again. To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. Say it again. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order in the court, Mr. Godot, explain this. Have you not had 17 cups yet? Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? A cafe run by Lay's potato chips? Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What'd you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I recall the witness's statement about her attacker? She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Why does Maya not want to tell us who the attacker was? Was it Pearl? But she wouldn't call Pearl a man. Order? What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection.
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? Why? For the man that killed her mother, there's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha! You talk a good game, trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. I should save the alien. What dude does Maya know who, other than Phoenix, that she would protect? The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Oh, it's a man. It's a man. Miles Edgeworth. Larry Butts. There's no way it's Larry. I will quit this game right now if it's Larry. I will actually quit. There's also no way it's Gumshoe. Is it Godot? Why? There are only 4 men. Miles Edgeworth, which makes no sense. Gumshoe, which makes no sense. Larry, which if it's Larry, I'm quitting. The only other man I have available is Godot. And you can see Godot in the dark because he's Cyclops! Why would Godot kill Misty Faye? Or did Godot think that Misty was Dahlia and tried to kill Dahlia? Did Godot just want to kill Dahlia and he didn't know that she was being channeled by Misty Faye? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yeah? What? But how do you propose that he's going to turn off the lights? There was that one, I don't remember what case it was, but there was that one time the lights went off and we could see Godot's visor. He's going to tell them to turn off the lights. How do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Whoa. But it can't be. Ha. Dude, the aura. That was a nice bit of deduction, trite. Well, I only had 4 options, and 3 of them didn't make sense. And when you eliminate whatever's impossible. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. What was Godot even doing there? Order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong! I never saw that. Maya? I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, for a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what is the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules, so I've heard. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. What the heck? The torches were lit and the body was gone, and all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Okay. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Okay, how am I gonna get this one? Hold it! So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Why would Godot do that? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. Think I need to gather some more info before I ask her again. Okay, so you want me to go back to that? The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? Killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. Yeah, it makes sense, actually. However, if that's true, there's one thing that bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too, probably because it had a bunch of blood on it. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah, the area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. He probably wanted to make it look like the lantern had been lit, right? Hold it! So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes, but earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Oh, so it was Godot who called Iris? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay, so now do I need to go back and push her on the other thing again? Was it this one? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene? There must have been something the killer wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so, and you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, it's certainly an important piece of info. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been a prime suspect. I would have immediately been the prime suspect. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 15 minutes! Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. Streaming Ace Attorney of all things, where it's non-stop talking. No cutscenes to rest my voice, nothing. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Karain killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? What is Godot doing? I think it was for my sake to clean up the evidence of what happened. Okay, I'm gonna save the game real quick. If he cleaned up the evidence of what happened, why did he leave the knife? Because he stabbed the knife into the tree in the garden. Why would he do that? The music didn't stop. Your Honor, that... dang it, I really thought I was onto something there. I think it was for my sake the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. But he didn't clean up this thing that said Maya in blood. Or wait, did Dahlia write this after she possessed Maya? No. Dahlia said that she did this when she had been stabbed, right? Why didn't he clean that up? Okay, there we go. It was that, not the knife. This could have been 2 streams. I want this done before I go on vacation on Thursday, and I have other stuff to stream the next couple of days. It has to be this stream. I could be playing Anime Villainous with my friends right now. They're all going to be tired of playing Anime Villainous by the time I'm done. The body of, Elise whatever was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. But, oh, you have to do this instead of the knife because Godot can't see red. He thinks that he was not able to see the writing. He didn't notice it when we showed him earlier. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Because Godot can't see red for some reason. He's like a dog. You're right. What in the colorblind is this? Order? But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Yeah, you couldn't see it, idiot. Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Ooh, I'm really low on health. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood? Yada, yada, yada. Save the game. I'm very low on health. Leave the message written in blood on the lantern. The killer wrote it to pin the crime. The killer didn't see it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. Who would that be? Godot. Who's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Godot. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Idiot. Idiot moron. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Trevienne. Wait, what? This is the apron the delightful Miss Burr. Oh, you didn't see the stain that was red. Somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering you, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the blood stain to the court? Blood stain? What blood stain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood that's... Yeah, it's ridiculous. No one told me about a blood stain. He can't see red on white. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Get wrecked. Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I thought you didn't drink tea because you only drink coffee. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. We've beaten Persona 4. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Denham, also known as Miss Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment ink in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take that area? Could it be he can't see the blood on the snow? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit, he would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Goodell? Maya. Wait just a minute. Maya? What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple. I've got to end stream soon. Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Ah! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Ah, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Why is Maya covering for Godot? Because she knows that Godot is Diego and was in love with her sister, I guess? Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearl was there at the inner temple, too. After the incident. Pearl was also stuck on the inner temple's side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearl first and cheered her right up. How would you know that when you were possessed? Who is this Pearl? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Just a while ago when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearl would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath, like being a liar. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot! Let's just move on to the cross-examination if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. After the incident. Here we go. So where did do you think Pearl slept that? Am I having a stroke? It's been 6.5 hours. Am I having a stroke? So where do you think Pearl slept that night? Someone needs to be fired. In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training, but even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? Seems the Pearl became very worried about Maya. She knew the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Misty Faye. I still don't get why Misty did it. Why she channeled Dahlia. She searched the entire inner temple side end to end. Well, you see, Pearl gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has 2 structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack, too. Pearl was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. That means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, yada yada. Pearl didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Well, Pearl said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearl. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee, that's what I always say. If it hadn't been for the case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains, I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Ha! You want to say something trite? Any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor, while I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, policemen came over to the temple side, then Mr. Godot, yada yada. I'm going a bit faster here. He cheered her up. That's what Pearl said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out, you're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions Phoenix style. Cheering Pearls up? So you cheered Pearl up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat, even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearl. Noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. You gave the 9-year-old coffee. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened, otherwise he couldn't have killed Elise. Okay, well, let's ask. Oh, dang it, I hate that this game works this way. You shouldn't be able to press right when you're here. Sugar up, skip, 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 skip. Please, I'm so hungry. I'm dying. Alright, Phoenix style. Godot's investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened, otherwise he couldn't have killed Elise. Ah! That's so annoying! So, wait, he said that he saw Misty Fey's scroll. But he said she was surrounded by, like, Japanese stuff. That can't be true. I should have saved first. Your Honor, what do you think about... Ah, I should have saved first. Objection denied. I was wrong. Save the game. It's fine. This is all the health I need. So wait, what am I supposed to do then? Dude, my brain is dying at this point. Ha, cut it out, you're making me blush, yada yada yada, yada yada yada. Say this one again? Conducted an investigation, did you find anything? It went about as well as yours. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Didn't miss it, speak for yourself. The beauty in the training hall, beauty, Misty Fey, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue. You shouldn't have been able to see this. You shouldn't have been able to see this. Western taste, could you find a strange way to describe gravy? You shouldn't be able to see that. You have the right idea, but it's the wrong statement. Oh, this crap again, where, like, they mention, like, this is the question where he says what the problem is, but actually you have to present it another thing. That's so annoying. I'm just gonna present it at every single one until I get the right one. I got the right one on the first try after. I'm a genius. Let's go. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll. But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Get wrecked, idiot. Hold it. Wait a minute, Nick. Yeah? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was unearthed like this, clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant, however. He couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. You're the one who opens the thing. You're the one who read the letter first. That's right, otherwise there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Well, this doesn't kill me. Take that! Oh, no wait, the music didn't stop, but he's actually saying things. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Faye authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Faye Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearl found the instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, I double tap text. The killer knew about it. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. You still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right, Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Faye told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Get wrecked. Idiot. I still don't know why you did all this. Order, order. If he knew about the plans, if he knew that someone was chanting Dahlia, why would he kill the person who was channeling? That means that he tried to kill Pearl. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet at the same time we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. Wrong. That is the sister of a woman you were in love with. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme for lack of a better word. Even considering the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Goodell? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs, because you've been saying that it's my fault. You've been saying it's Phoenix's fault for not protecting Mia this entire time, so you would protect Maya. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Because he and Mia were in love. I'm gonna be honest, Godot doesn't deserve Mia. Let's be real here. he doesn't deserve Mia at all. Okay, try them all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Faye is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of the whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Faye together, Mia Faye. There's a very good reason why Maya Faye's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Faye's only sister. Mia Faye. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando, isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. It should, your honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Deserved to die. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound on her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise, but in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. Demoness in disguise. That's a term that I know from Annabelle. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that he killed himself. He deserved to die, though, Mia. Mia, you can't cry yet. Alright, it was pretty hard when he smashed the cup in his hands. That was pretty intense. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her, the way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison in my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little info about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official report ever actually called it murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. Deep sleep, that's also another Annabelle card I know. On my central nervous system, I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. Oh, your hair turned white from poison? That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? Worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scaling hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. He literally wasn't in the building at the time that she was murdered. What are you talking about? Do you expect him to handcuff himself to Mia? Oh, Falk, I just saw that you gifted a tier 1 sub earlier. Thank you for the gift sub, Falk. But you let her die. It was all your fault. I haven't been looking at the activity feed at all, trying to read through this all as quick as possible. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were, so that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearl had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey! I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said the Master of Crane has great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her, again, because of my position as a prosecutor. My mother was cooperating with you. And then you stabbed her. Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... Well, if she was a good mother, then she would have come back to be with you, but, you know. That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you, and, you know, except, like, come back and live with you and tell you about this evil plan and tell you not to go up to the place in the first place, and, like, there are so many things that she could have done differently, and Godot could have done differently, if Misty Faye was actually a good mom. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye. She was ready to kill a family member to protect you, but she wasn't willing to, you know, like, spend an afternoon talking with you at your house. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. Your mother sucked, Maya. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Did you... Hear me out! Did you ever think that maybe you should have just, like, locked Pearl in a room? I'm just saying, if the thing that was a problem was a 9-year-old channeling, then maybe you should have just, like, kidnapped the 9-year-old for a couple of days and then told Maya about what was happening. Does anyone other than Gumshoe and Mia have a higher, like, brain cell count of 4? You're all idiots! Every last one of you are complete and utter morons! Had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you doing tonight? Well, yada yada. If you'd like, you can come to my room. We can read some books together, etc. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. You are all idiots. You're all stupid, dumb, complete, moronic idiots. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, Pearl wouldn't be able to do it. As Master of Crane, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. The stupidest way to avoid this plan, by far. Ah! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! I am furious! Godot is a buffoon and deserves to die. Godot overheard Pearl and what's-her-face talking about the letter that would tell Pearl what to do. Godot went and opened that letter first. And then Godot put it back? Why didn't Godot burn that letter so that Pearl would never know how to channel Dahlia? What? Pearl would never be able to channel Dahlia if Godot just took that letter and never let her read it. Am I wrong? Because Godot found it first, right? Why did... yes, I know how to stop her from doing this. I have to put this back and ensure that she learns who Dahlia Hawthorne is. What? That's like a horrible plot hole. Like, you know, you suspend your disbelief a little bit for the game being like, well, some stuff happens so that the game could happen or whatever. But that one is atrociously bad. That one is unbelievably bad. All Godot had to do when he first found the letter was just put it in his pocket and walk away. That is horrible writing. Incredibly awful plot hole. Wow, that is atrociously bad. Insanely awful. They really didn't know how to write these stories anymore after the first game, did they? That is... Von Karma could never. Von Karma took a bullet to his shoulder and left it in his shoulder for years to get away with his plot. Godot is getting caught, and this entire thing happened because he put the letter back instead of walking away with it. That is what an awfully stupid, idiotic loser. You are the reason Misty Faye is dead. The reason Misty Faye is dead is because Godot is a moron. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was gonna hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you need to be saved from Dahlia. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm gonna admit to, Trite. There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney, but you're gonna have to do the rest yourself. Didn't you already tell me that, like, before we started this, that I'd have to do it myself? The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? Godot! He basically admitted to it. There are only 2 possible suspects right now, Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot. What are you talking about? It's so obviously Godot. Are you out of your mind? Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. He is absolutely... He should be in prison for not doing the easy thing that would have saved everyone! Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Okay, final testimony. Get me out of here. All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Witness testimony. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red light was out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. Okay. These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. For the people in chat saying, like, if Pearl couldn't find the letter, then she would have gone back to her mom. What would her mom would have done? Her mom would have had to have told her verbally. Also, more than having to tell her mom to do it verbally, she would have had to tell Pearl, a 9-year-old, to somehow get a picture of Dahlia, because if you remember, they say that you need a picture to be able to effectively channel the person to see them. And also, Godot, being a prosecutor and all, who eavesdropped the first time, he would have eavesdropped again, and then he could have tried to do something else to stop it again. The point is, it is a huge, awful plot hole. Like, that is so bad. So bad. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. There is no universe, no world, where Godot, unless he is the dumbest sack of bricks in the universe, would put that letter back for the 9-year-old to find. There's no reason for him to have ever done that, other than being a complete and utter moron. Things break trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Okay, here we go. I got 10 minutes until 7 hours. I'm going to try and get out of here. Morgan could write another letter? No, she couldn't. She's in solitary confinement. Where is Morgan going to write another letter? Chad, you don't know what you're talking about. You do not know what you're talking about. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, yada yada. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask. I don't get the feeling she's coming from anymore, but press harder. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Eli's life was in danger at the time. No ways you could remember the details perfectly. I'm skimming this because I have to stream. All right, then let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? Thought I'd just ask for help. Hold it. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. At that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed close by. It was a woman's voice. That was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by a murder weapon. What happened after that? People are going to have to put me to, like, 0.5 speed on YouTube for this one. She wasn't dead, though, and she was struck from behind, yada yada. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. I can tell by the sounds of the breathing and movements and the smell of blood. They're breathing and movements? What? You have witnessed more horror than a young lady should ever have to in her life, so then what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. But you could still see the red lights. Yeah, I think so, but suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out. Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from a ghost mask and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged, or maybe it was knocked off, or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Trite? Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Do you have his mask knocked off? There was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then was Dahlia Hawthorne. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. Okay, so Godot got hit. What? Godot got hit and let out a scream? Okay. So then that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. Probably. Maybe. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Well, it must have been the dagger. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer. Trite, there's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? The staff. And we don't know the victim's blood because it's Godot's blood. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, I tried to forget about that. This dagger was found at this crime scene, stuck in a pine tree. Yes, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. The music that plays when you finally finish the game. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he had a wound. For all we know, the blood the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Words. Have you forgotten that the blood was already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. All right, Godot. Strip. It's the only way to end this case in this franchise. You have to strip before the court. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say it turned out I was the killer. I should save. They're about to ask me for more evidence on something. Save. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, but even so, I was the one who brought this dagger to the courtroom. Yeah, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. That can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established the killer was wounded. All right, then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for the... Oh, it knocked off. It's under his mask. The wound is under his mask. He never had a chance to change clothes. Ah. The mark it's got to be under his mask. That's why Maya said she lost the order in the court, by the way. That's why Maya said that the red lines went away at some point. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him, but no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge just get smart or something? Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on him. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. Ha! So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the books on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Do I? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. Ha! That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Wait, save. Why don't you go for the unlimited penalty? Oh, so I die even if I'm at full health here. You're trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. What do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach it from a different angle. All right, then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. It's on his face! If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Yo, this music goes so hard. The music that plays when you ruin Godot's life. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wounds? Wait, what do I use to say your face? Did we never use the Crate Master's Talisman for anything? I don't remember. Do I just... this is your face. Do I just do this? Take that. Maybe. Ha! I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Oh, hey, Mia. I've summoned my stand. Behold my persona. What was that just now, Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him. Idiot. Moron. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Take off your mask, moron! Objection! It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Is he actually gonna take it off? It blew up? Ah! What? Did I do it? Oh, 17th cup. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you 6 years ago. Oh yeah, I would have also hated Phoenix if I just saw him from the Dahlia case. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison, and then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I can never forgive you. That's what I thought, Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find in my heart to forgive was yourself, or whatever. Was me. Yeah, this is definitely the time for smooth jazz. I was just thinking that. You, yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia, me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. Hid behind a mask, I threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Yeah, he saved Maya in the worst way imaginable. Misty could still be alive if he wasn't an idiot. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I'd really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. Alright, Godot's kind of a loser. The fact that he recognized that he could have gone to Phoenix and saved more people, but he was like, nah, I was just being a selfish prick, actually. Like, what an actual loser. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk into a situation I knew was dangerous. Yeah, you're actually an awful person. You're actually a terrible, awful person. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. No, he didn't! He did it in the worst way possible. They got the most people in danger. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. What's up, bro? Part of me must have known the truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Yeah, he's kind of like an awful, terrible person, it turns out. Not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was it really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye, or was it something else? Honestly, Dahlia still beat Godot in the very end. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago? Could have simply been a desire for revenge. And now, I don't know anything anymore. Just take off the mask so that we can end this, please. Did learn something today, however. Finally realized I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy, your final fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Okay, yeah, sure, bro. Whatever. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Okay. Oh. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding? Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. That's a pretty good wrap up there. Back to his crying quote. Alright, but please, like, hurry up. This time it really is all over, isn't it, defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained this to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me for what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. Gasp. I just remembered, weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? Oh my goodness, you were meeting Iris every time. The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way! It just can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. That's actually insane that he was dating Iris, actually. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get back as soon as she possibly could because the police investigated into their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely. So that's why you, my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. That's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? Oh, that you were in love with Phoenix. My feelings for you, if I'd found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes. You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. Alright, yeah. I'd ship Phoenix over Phoenix and Iris over Phoenix and Maya. I'll say it. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you, though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix, Wright? Ha! Yeah, I think you're right. I don't like coffee. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice. I understand, Your Honor. Come on. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. All right, run me through the credits, please. Court is now adjourned. February, yada, yada, yada. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. The main risk is left to save Maya's being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course, justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant, but I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand, too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. Goodbye! I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things along this journey. I found myself asking one question: what does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote in the back of my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch. Francisca, still softy as always, right? Yo, Edgeworth. Excellent work, right? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? That's right, I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? Please, I'm so hungry. If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the Edgeworth Von Karma trial day one was actually goated, by the way. That was probably, like, one of the best parts of the entire franchise. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch, talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, and you too, Francisco. I don't suppose. Die in a fire. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Die in a fire, Larry. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized Larry was never of use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh, yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgeworth? Well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Ah! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it like you promised? You're gonna be the model for my picture book? Ah, don't get carried away, yada, yada, yada. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good, too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention I haven't seen her around. Pearl, where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearl. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca, that's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya, Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow. Then tell me Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Faye being strong for? Presumably Pearl. Pearl Faye. I mean, like, who else? Poor kid, after all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother Morgan. Yeah, you really should have sat her down and talked more about Morgan, idiot. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she's so happy. And now because she believed that Maya's mom is dead. Shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable, and that's exactly what Maya's putting on a brave face. Doing it for Pearl's sake until she can see her smile again. Gumshoe! The greatest to ever do it! Hey, so this is where you all were. Looks like we got a bunch of people. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seemed to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Ah, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny-weeny bit, but it's all right. Made reservations at a first-class French restaurant. No! No! Oh! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean? Très bien. Where else? Kill me. I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting. Oh, because Maggie works. That makes sense. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Ah, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for Pearl. Pearl's dead. Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearl, I can't find her anywhere. I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that's befallen you, Maya, but none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will. We'll join you guys once we find Pearl. It's a missing 9-year-old. Shouldn't all of you be looking for her? Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearl have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of the Pearl might have gone to. What, the Phoenix Law and Co. or whatever? Oh, no, she went back here. Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple for Pearl. I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini, I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight, so she's here. Pearl is here. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry and go see her? Okay. Oh my goodness, I need this stream to be over, dude. Pearl's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearl. Ah, Mystic Maya. Pearl, why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Please just wrap this up. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here. At least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearl. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie. Just make me feel better. No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. Well, you might still be alive if Diego hadn't been there, like, let's be. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them, that's all I can really do. Mystic Maya, I'm impressed you truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini, your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Crane, I don't have the right to face my daughter, but still Maya's always in my thoughts. Alright, you're a terrible mother, by the way. Absolutely awful. Just truly, truly terrible, awful mother. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's charm, the thing that Misty kept it by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. Oh, it's like a picture of her daughters. That's a photo? Ah, mother. Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us human is that we fight for others, but who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defeat, well, as Itachi Uchiha says, you never know what kind of person you are until the very last moment. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh my goodness, that Ami thing has been broken so many times. It was broken by Maya and Mia. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return time and again. Maya, Mia, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Ami's spirit has been wandering for ages. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things finally got put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today, but I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Ha ha ha. All right, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearl. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll get a lot of things or whatever. You know, there's one thing I don't get and probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train alongside us. I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Oh. That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I want to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well, then, here goes nothing. Objection! And then it fades to black. Ah! That was so much longer than I thought it would be. I thought we'd have like 6 hours. We're at 7 and 15. Nah, don't make me read more. I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Crane and the office manager of Wright and Colli. Okay, I'm not reading. I'm not reading the credits things. You know, if you want to read the credits things, pause and read it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, not locked up or captured or something like that. You do that a lot. Yeah. All right, 3.5 was really good overall. The Godot plot hole is insanely bad though. That was like, wow, that's just embarrassingly stupid. That's just like an embarrassing level of like, wow, how did we let that get through beta testing? That was really bad. But overall, the case was really good. The twist with Dahlia, like being a fae and Iris being her twin and everything else, that was all really good. I love how that all worked out. I basically think the first Ace Attorney game, really good. The third Ace Attorney game, really good. The second Ace Attorney game is actual hot garbage. Oh, Maggie bought you a coat. That's so nice. Gumshoe and Maggie, I hope they get together. Shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Yeah, put back on the green. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself, silly Gumshoe. Gumshoe is the greatest. Also, I really came around on Edgeworth more. I really just think that Justice for All sucks, okay? I'm gonna say it. I thought that Edgeworth was, like, basically worthless as a character. Not worthless, but he wasn't a very good character in the second game. I think that the way that they used Edgeworth and had him do stuff in Justice for All really just made me not like Edgeworth. But then the stuff that Edgeworth did in this game in 3.5 with Von Karma was actually really, really good. So they brought him back around, thankfully. But yeah, I think Justice for All is just like, not only is it the worst of these Ace Attorney games, I just think it's a really bad game. I think Justice for All sucks. But anyways, very much enjoyed the the third game. 3-5. I think my favorite case, by the way, my favorite case is 1-4. I think that 1-4 is the best case out of the 3 games. Probably my second favorite is 3-5. The fact that, like, Godot, like, most of the stuff that happened, I think what brings 3-5 down for me is that all of the stuff that went wrong with, like, Misty dying and Godot being the one who was, like, the murderer and all, that only happened because Misty and Godot are grossly incompetent. They are both such absolute utter morons, is the entire reason that third section, that third trial thing even happened, is because of how incredibly stupid and idiotic those two characters are. Misty and Godot are complete and utter foolish fools, as Von Karma would say. That kind of brought the case down for me a little bit at the very end. Still a great case, though, but I think 1-4 is the best case. I think it's the most sound and the most fun. The parrot moment, the way that Von Karma was the one who was to blame and all of the stuff with Phoenix and Edgeworth. I think 1-4 is the best case. But yeah, had a good time overall. Had a good time overall. It was fun playing through, the Ace Attorney trilogy. Can I speed this up? Can I skip this? No, I can't. I can't. Please hurry. Adam Mata, that's another, okay, that's another whatchamacallit. Another palindrome. But, yeah, fun times. Glad I played it. Upset that it took 7.5 hours. I think they're running out of characters. I hope. Please, I'm so hungry. What time is it? 9:15? I can still make my friends play some Annabelle with me tonight if this wraps up very soon. I don't really have anything else to say. I've already complained ad nauseum about the things I do and don't like throughout the Ace Attorney games. And honestly, I'm just like, my brain is so fried this deep in to stream to really, like, rehash it. Dude, I'm the one. Listen, I'll say it. Phoenix should end up with Iris. I think that Phoenix should be with Iris, not Maya. Please just objection. Please just finish the credits. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Roman.
Objection!
I think Edgeworth had the best voice actor in the game, by the way. Sean King, well done.
Objection!
I think that Mia had the worst voice actress. No offense, Christina Catano. I'm sure you did your best. But your voice just does not fit Mia. Does not fit Mia.
Objection!
Godot probably gets second place for best voice actor after Edgeworth, I would say.
Objection!
Franziska's fine. It fits her better. I just don't think that Mia's voice fits her. Oh my goodness. Did you really have to show Winston Payne at the end? Was that really necessary? Ah! No, just end. Just end. How much longer do I have to sit through these credits? Please. Macadamia nuts. Please stop. Please stop. Yeah, Ratatata or whatever. Top percentage. How much more is there, bro? I'm about to just end right now. I'm just waiting to see if there's like a final cutscene moment. Oh my goodness, we're still going. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna die. I had an early lunch today. Shut up. Shut up, Larry. You are a loser. This is the slowest way imaginable to do your credits. I'm gonna throw up. Oh, okay, this looks like the end. Gumshoe! Gumshoe! Gumshoe's the best character. Gumshoe number 1, Mia number 2. They brought Edgeworth back at the end there. I'll put Edgeworth in 3rd place. Don't put Mia next to those two losers. Those two are idiots. They don't deserve to be next to Best Girl. Ah, bridge to the turnabout. I did. That's a bronze trophy for finishing the final episode. All right, there you have it. We're all done. We're done with Ace Attorney. Oh, we're done with Ace Attorney. We finished it. I don't have anything else to say. I think I've talked plenty throughout the playthrough. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this playthrough. It was fun to go through, even though I hated Justice for All. And, yeah. I'll catch you next time for whatever other playthroughs you watch on the channel. Until then, farewell. All right, chat, we're done. I'll be back tomorrow at 3 CST, and Tuesday and Wednesday I'll be back at 3 CST. I'm going on vacation Thursday to Sunday, so we have the next 3 days of stream, and then I'm off for 4 days. Goodbye!